For the record, council members Lee, Fimbres, and Ulick, and our city manager, Tim Tamir, will be attending this meeting electronically through Microsoft Teams. Item 1 through 4. Ms. Clerk.
The first executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session Goodman versus City of Tucson, notice of claim numbers 26860 and 26861, Pima County Superior Court case number 2019-4826, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03 A3, A4, and A7. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session discussion and direction relating to potential sale and development of city-owned property located adjacent to the MLK Apartments building, 55 North Fifth Avenue, above the Depot Plaza Garage, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03 A3, A4, and A7.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, a couple of motions and a couple of seconds. And all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. And Mr. Rankin, is this executive session going to take about an hour?
An hour.
Okay. So for those waiting for an item, we'll take about an hour in executive session and then be back to regular study. Thank you. session?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to return to study. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council direct and authorize the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to schedule an item at a future regular session agenda with a proposed settlement agreement and purchase agreement with terms consistent with what was discussed in the executive session.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's
So
a mo-
moved.
There's a motion. Is there a
Second.
second? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council direct staff to proceed as discussed in executive session and specifically to address the issues discussed in executive session through negotiations with the developer. Staff is directed to return with additional information and/or a proposed agreement as soon as they are ready for the mayor and council for review and consideration.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham.
The biggest thing I had coming out of this executive session, I hate to surprise everybody, but it kind of came up as we sat down. The parties in this one are going to contact council members directly. Mike, how do you want us to handle that? Please be explicit.
Councilmember Cunningham, if you get questions specifically about this issue, because it's a matter that's been discussed in executive session involving some legal issues, I would ask that those questions be referred directly to me.
And this includes indirect and direct parties.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarification. Hearing no other question or comment, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. Item 5, time has been reserved for mayor and council to consider a request for exemption from the Downtown Tucson Enhanced Municipal Services Improvement District, the bid, from the owner of the property located at 267 South Stone Avenue. Would you like to lead with this, Ms. Rosenberry?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have Deputy Director of Economic Initiatives, Kevin Burke, here to discuss this consideration for request for exemption.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council will recall that at the June council meeting, we held a public hearing, which we do each year for the bid levy assessment. At that public hearing, we had one speaker, and that speaker also provided comments in writing to the mayor and council. Their request was for the exemption of a single property from the bid, and so this is in fact unprecedented for us. We have yet to consider something like this. So in consultation with the city attorney's office, we decided to bring this item forward for mayor and council consideration at a study session. We provided information in the form of a written response from the Downtown Tucson Partnership. The Downtown Tucson Partnership Executive Director, Kathleen Erickson, as well as board chair and staff are present, as is the representative of the petitioner, Mr. Peterson, is here in the audience as well.
Did we have a presentation from anyone involved?
No, we don't have any presentations prepared. Yes.
Okay. Alrighty, so I would like to offer an opportunity for Councilmember Ulick, just in case you wanted to add anything to this, and then I have a couple of questions.
Thank you, Mayor. And I believe that all of us have received correspondence and data from both the Downtown Partnership as well as the property owner seeking exemption or extraction from the district. As I know we all understand, the district, the intent of the district is to pool resources from participating properties in order to provide essential security, cleaning, and other services to the downtown stakeholders and area. In reviewing that data, I recognize that the property owner, number one, the property owner clearly is not satisfied with the level of service and responsiveness from the partnership. And that is something that as a number of us have met with the partnership, I've heard a real commitment from the partnership to engage with the owner and to provide more ongoing data regarding services completed and sort of the return on investment from not only this property, but really all contributing properties. Another thing I'd like to highlight that is perhaps not directly related, but I think very important is there are some large property owners downtown that are not participating in the district at this time, including Tucson Electric Power and a couple of other larger properties. I do want to make sure that the partnership is very clear about where resources are deployed and that those who are contributing monetarily are the ones that are getting the services. In other words, don't walk that TEP block. And if you do, walk it on the other side because they apparently are taking care of their own property and are opting to not participate in the district. I'd love to see that change. My recommendation is going to be that we not grant the request for the departure from the district by the property owner, and that we allow for further work with the district and not only, again, this property owner, but all of their members to just do a good job of demonstrating that return on investment. From the data I saw, and I understand it's not all at the exact address of the temple, but in and around that area, there has been considerable activity and benefit documented. And at this time, I think it would be very detrimental to grant the request. So my intent would be to make a motion to deny that request.
There's a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? I just have a question, and maybe I know that maybe Kevin, you can respond, or the director of the Downtown Tucson Partnership. Obviously, Mr. Peterson would not have come to us if he was not worried about not receiving his return on investment, frankly. So I just want to ask, what are the benefits of belonging to the downtown, to the bid, and what process is used to determine which businesses and properties receive the benefit of their investment?
Mayor, if it's okay, I think it would be best to invite Kathleen Erickson to come and address that directly.
Okay.
Great,
Of
thank you.
course. And then Kathleen, if you can also, I'm curious about your conversation with the Labor Temple and Mr. Peterson about the participation of the Downtown Tucson Partnership.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for your time, everyone. So I'll start off with the benefits for the Downtown Tucson Partnership and members of the Business Improvement District. So in general, we provide maintenance and security support for properties and businesses in the downtown, in addition to marketing, and also we assist with liaison and communications with the businesses. For this property in particular, on Stone Avenue, within a 2-block radius, as detailed in a letter sent to you, we had performed 434 security and maintenance requests, and then we had it detailed out by who performed the request and the date. And all of those happened within, or occurred, within a 2-block radius of that specific address. In addition to that, the Downtown Tucson Partnership supports the downtown in ways that benefits everyone. Like the saying, a high tide raises all boats. We're providing services within the downtown so that we have a more vibrant, safe, clean, attractive downtown that attracts more businesses and people to support the businesses that are there. Communication-wise and moving forward with the Petersons and Labor Temple, we will continue to make a stronger effort to repair and build a relationship where they feel that they have and think that they have, believe that they have a value in our services. And I'll personally, take a look into maybe some ways that we can help alleviate the burden financially that they're experiencing with the renovation of their property. I'm not making any promises, but I'm just saying that I understand what their concerns are, and we're in a position where we may be able to find, additional funds, grant opportunities. What would be the benefits that these people are looking for? What are their needs? How can we address them, and how can we step it up? That's what I'm going to be looking forward to. Thank you.
And then just a question regarding, related to what Councilmember Ulick suggested, that there are big properties, including the TEP property, that does not pay into the bid in the Downtown Tucson Partnership. Do they participate in any, in lieu of support to the Downtown Tucson Partnership at all?
Currently, the property that was mentioned is not, but we are going to be pursuing some smaller grants with that organization to support downtown. That would be above and beyond any type of services, so we would definitely not be providing them with services. Again, there's just kind of a natural benefit to being near the downtown and what we're doing that actually does benefit them, but for sure, we do not, right, Russ? We don't walk on that block. We don't weed it. They do all their own maintenance and safety. In terms of other governmental agencies that are located within the downtown, we do receive an in lieu of bid assessment that would be of value to what they would pay if they were for-profit. City is one of them that contributes massively to us. So does Rio Nuevo. So does the county. And in those areas, we do provide them with those services.
What does what would that TEP property generate if it were part of the bid?
I could give you an estimate, but Zach, do you know the exact amount? It's over $57,000 annually.
Have they ever contributed in lieu?
They've sponsored the Parade of Lights years ago.
Okay.
And
But
they
not
may
recently.
they may have had an in lieu of agreement prior to my starting, but I'm not aware of it.
Okay. But they haven't contributed recently?
Not recently, no.
Okay. All righty, well, I don't have any more questions. Any other comments or questions from our council colleagues? Hearing none, there's a motion, a second on the floor. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. All righty, thank you so much. So what I'm going to do is the next item I'm going to call is item 7, and then we'll go up to item 6. So I'm going to call item 7, quality of life ballot measure. Time has been set aside for a discussion regarding quality of life ballot measure to amend the Tucson Charter to provide for community investment. All of us sitting here on this table, including our city manager, assistant city managers, I had noticed earlier that we had our chiefs of police in the audience, my council colleagues. Every day we make sure, this is our job, to deliver essential services to keep our community safe, healthy, and thriving. And my colleagues on the council and I, and the city manager and his team, we work really hard for the past year to put together a budget that reflected our priorities in providing quality of life for our community. we made strategic investments in affordable housing and shelter, in public safety, in climate resilience, in road improvements, in community safety, health, and wellness. And at the same time that we were making these important decisions, we had to talk about declining state shared revenue that resulted from a Ducey era flat tax. And where we saw this flat tax affecting our budget, we knew very well that it was the flat tax that was affecting our budget, not the economy. Because the sales taxes that we collect have been thriving for the past few years. And so the corporate tax and the state share revenue tax that were coming in have been declining considerably. And, you know, we had to make choices where not to invest more than $27 million. And what is so devastating about all of this is that it's not decisions that we are making here. It is decisions being imposed upon us because of the state legislatures choosing to give breaks to corporations and those that can afford to pay into our community. So then what happens? What happens is that what the state legislature is really doing is that they are putting the burden of funding day-to-day services like police and fire and our investments in our parks and our investments in our roads. They're pushing that tax break that they're giving corporations to regular folks, everyday workers. So it is really devastating, and it's also not because we have a horrible economy. Our economy is thriving. So, you know, what has been put together through months' work of conversations, not only internally with us, mayor and council, the city manager, with our chiefs of police, our 911, 311 public safety communications director, is, and by the way, with our housing director, it is a initiative that is being put at the table based on community engagement and what the community of Tucsonans have told us they are interested in seeing investment in, and a conversation that has been happening for some time with mayor and council and the city manager. So I will be quiet and have our city manager and our team talk to us about what we have in front of us, and then let us know what the next steps are. So with that, I'll pass it off to Mr. Tamir and have him do his presentation.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'm sorry I couldn't be there physically with you today. I'm in the beautiful city of Phoenix, Arizona, for the start of the League of Arizona Cities and Towns. And so, but happy to present an overview of what staff have put together as a proposal to you for consideration with respect to funding investments in the quality of life of Tucsonans. So with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to bring up the PowerPoint presentation, and my assistant city managers are capably ready to start clicking for me. And so without further ado, the quality of life conversation has been going on for several months now. This quick timeline just shows that this conversation has been going on since at least February, when mayor and council initially called a potential election, or called an election that would have been held this past summer, in order to both explore what Tucsonans feel are the quality of life investments that would improve life in Tucson. What are the things they're interested in investing into themselves? Coupled with that, we had a conversation with the Attorney General about our legal authorities to hold elections of purely local nature at various different times in the year. During that summer period, we resolved both. We resolved the issue that our legal authority does exist to hold elections of local concern as a charter city in any of the 4 dates of any given year. And we had robust conversations around the budget, around engagement with the community, around what our needs are as an organization to put together the package that is in the memorandum I've presented. We ultimately decided not to have the election in July for a variety of purposes, one of which is in order to have enough time to have a true dialogue with the community leading up to the election time. While many of the concepts that are in this memorandum have been gelling for a while, it really needs to be an authentic conversation with the community. So where we are at today is I'm presenting to you our recommendation for what a proposed sales tax election would look like, and we are asking for your direction with my recommendation that we bring back something at the next meeting that would enable you to call an election for March 11th of 2025. Next slide. Part of the question is, can we deliver? And I think that's a question that the city has been answering for a number of years. There has been a history of successful delivery about investments where Tucsonans have voted to make investments in Tucson. This began with Prop 409 with investments in some of our local roads. It was a start. Proposition 101 included some safer city police and fire and additional local road investments. Voters approved Prop 407 for our parks and our connections, bike lanes, bike boulevards, things that connect our multi-modes. Quite recently, Prop 411 passed overwhelmingly in the city, which is our most recent, where we're doing significant work on every neighborhood road in Tucson. We are also have significant investments in safe mobility, pedestrian, bicycle, other. And the mayor and council committed general fund dollars out of a fund balance that had been built up over time for additional public safety investments and investments in our collector streets. Think Tucson Boulevard, think Pima, think Bilby. So we've been delivering, and Tucsonans have rewarded that with continued approval of ballot measures to invest. So we're ready to have the next conversation. Next slide. The context of that next conversation is both what do we need, which we have unmet needs in public safety and community safety and housing, in shelter. But as the mayor indicated, we have significant reduction in our state shared revenue in the form of the income taxes. The implementation of the flat tax and changes to corporate tax structures have already impacted Tucson. So the budget that mayor and council adopted for this fiscal year that just started had to withstand a $27 million cut from state shared revenues. That is dollars that could have been invested in additional police. It could have been invested in housing projects. It could have been invested in social services for our Tucsonans, but it could not because the state had that reduction. Further, there's an additional reduction next fiscal year. So from next fiscal year onward, it's a $40 million cut to the city of Tucson. As the economy grows, you see some orange bars start to appear. The state shared revenues will begin to slowly increase again. But that's not replacing the $40 million. That's growth that should have been on top of the $40 million cut. So that's $40 million a year. That's $400 million over 10 years. However you want to do the math, it's significant and it's impactful to Tucson. Next slide. So what we're building this proposal around is the city's ongoing efforts to put the right work in the right hands. In some cases, the right work does mean a police officer coming to a scene. In some cases, the right work in the right hands means a fire ladder coming to do a swiftwater rescue. But in many cases, those traditional delivery models are not the right work or the right hands. Some of our social service needs, our Housing First program, our community safety, health, and wellness, are some of our justice programs to reduce recidivism. These are things that are investments in Tucsonans and Tucson that approach the problem from a preventive standpoint while we're also addressing the reactive standpoint, the emergencies that occur. So this package does both. Next slide. When we had our community engagement, including employees, including survey respondents, this is just a snapshot. There's actually an appendix to the materials that gives a lot more detail about what did the community say this past spring and summer about what the biggest needs are in the community. And you see things like police, like housing, like investment in community, like mental health, services for folks. These are all things we're hearing from Tucsonans. And so we're trying to be responsive to that by saying, here's a package of investments, and our recommendation is to put it in front of the voter for them to decide. Next slide. So what does this look like? What we're proposing is a 1/2 cent sales tax that would be implemented over a 10-year period. And using the most recent projections for tax revenues in the city, this would generate on average about $80 million per year over the 10-year program. So it's either $800 million over 10 years or $80 million per year. That is what we are projecting based on a pessimistic view of tax collection. We don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. So in order to put it in a context, we're providing a sample budget of an $80 million annual investment, and it occurs in 5 areas. The blue slice of the pie is affordable housing and shelter. I'll break that down more detail in a subsequent slide. We have neighborhood and community investments in green. Enhanced emergency response in red. Yes, we went with red in honor of our Tucson fire. We could have gone blue for TPD, but we went red. We have the light blue, which is investments in technology. And we have kind of the magenta, which is capital investments for first responders. So let's take a look at that first blue slice. Next slide. In that safe and vibrant city, which is what we're calling the overall effort, and affordable housing and shelter, we are proposing to create programs that help get housing built, including a gap financing pool. What that would mean is providing city dollars to developers to help them build housing and or include affordable housing in their housing developments. We also are proposing a broadening of our impact fee waiver pool. That's a cost a developer has to incur, but if they're doing affordable housing, we could pay that in lieu. We have a lot of stock of housing in Tucson, so it's not just about building new. It's also, are we reinvesting in the housing stock that the city owns and operates, the housing stock owned by homeowners, the housing stock occupied by renters? How do we keep the housing stock of Tucson healthy, vibrant, weatherized? We have what's called asset repositioning. This is a way for us to take the city-owned assets and try to create a program of low-income home ownership. We have the Housing First program and the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness staffing. Those are 2 programs that are very robust. They're groundbreaking. They're having fabulous results, and they're also lacking a sustainable funding source because of a large reliance on ARPA dollars that we would have allocated general fund dollars to take its place. But with the state flat income tax, that opportunity is diminishing. I mentioned court systems. Having people and helping them navigate their court issues and court involvement can help get and keep people housed. We see 2 capital investments, a Justice Transition Center and what's called a Safer Center. In short, that's like a safe detoxing center. Battling the fentanyl crisis is unlike battling any other public health substance use crisis we've seen before. The journey back from fentanyl is difficult and needs a lot of help, and we can provide the resources to do it. And then also our city court functions, they need some capital attention as well. Next slide. On an annual basis, we are looking at establishing an Office of Violence Reduction in the city manager's office. This will continue to work hand in hand with Tucson Police, but it will be driven from the civilian side of things and looking at a holistic approach to violence interruption. We have community safety officers and expansion of that staffing within TPD, working on vibrant neighborhoods and vibrant community. You see the term CBVI, that's community-based violence interruption. We need investments in our community to create better environments to prevent the opportunity for crime to occur, and in our community safety, health, wellness to better equip the capacity of Tucsonans and neighborhoods to create their own safe environment. We also have Thrive Zone investments. These are areas of previously underinvested parts of Tucson that through investment, we can drive economic growth in those areas. We also are proposing workforce development, early childhood programs, and youth workforce programs in order to build and support the workforce of the future. In addition, pride in Tucson is something that we can invest in. The Somos Uno is investments in our arts, history, heritage, and culture, things that people value about Tucson and part of our creative economy, but could use an ongoing sustained investment to maximize. We want to keep Tucson, we want to team up to keep cleaning up. We want to be able to maintain our urban forest and grow it. And then finally, we want the rider experience of the transit system to be improved. And so the transit system investments shown there are really shaded bus stops, Wi-Fi on the buses, a more secure, safe, and comfortable ridership experience. This is not additional routes. This is not funding transit. This is making the transit system experience better. Next slide. The red slice is enhanced emergency response. This is people who run into the burning building. This is people that respond to the emergencies when people have them. So this includes staffing expansions in fire, including the building, and then staffing of an infill station on the north side, reinstituting an additional ladder. We call it ladder 5, but it's actually our 7th ladder, but it'd be at station 5 maybe. And then an additional hazmat response team. You'll see the capital investments to create those things. These are the firefighters and paramedics who would staff it. Additional in TPD, finally also in Tucson Fire, some response improvement, an additional 30 firefighters that can be more nimble than some of the current apparatus we have. This is, generally speaking, folks that would be in what we call 2-person rescue trucks or 2-person alpha trucks. These would be folks that can take a lot of the call load for these for medical emergencies without us having to roll a ladder and an engine to a lot of calls that we do now. We could be more efficient and have a lot more responders. That means faster response and, again, putting the right work in the right hands. Pivoting to TPD, there is an expansion of our sworn officers. This is more cops on the street. This is also an additional expansion of community safety service officers. And the PSI is a professional staff investigator. These are detectives that go to school to become detectives, don't necessarily go to the police academy to become detectives. It allows us to expand our workforce and, again, put right work in the right hands. An expansion of our 911 and 311 operations to both handle emergency and non-emergency calls. And technology folks in order to run and operate and manage the systems that are the technology backbone for all of this work. That leads into the next pie slice, next slide, which is a safe and vibrant city technology investments. This includes things like our computer-aided dispatch system, or CAD, our radios, other things that allow our 911 dispatchers and operators to communicate with our first responders in the field. It includes air support modernization for TPD. Right now, many of you have probably experienced the helicopter flying over you when you were minding your own business, or you were having a loud party in your backyard. But the helicopters, they're very effective directly in direct support of a patrol in one pursuit or one activity. Modernization means we would replace one of the helicopters with a fixed-wing aircraft, which can fly at a much higher altitude with a lot of technology involved, and it can be supporting many different activities on the ground at the same time for a longer period. And an example is, let's say we have somebody who commits a crime and we know the vehicle they're in, and it would be a very dangerous high-speed pursuit and intercept to try to bring that person into custody. Instead, the plane can just track them wherever they go. And then when they land in a place where it's safe to go and get them, TPD can roll to that site and do a much safer intervention. there's a lot of stories to tell there. I'll leave it with that example. And then the body-worn camera program, TPD is the first that had all personnel in the field wearing body-worn cameras. And with that, we want to make sure we have sufficient systems to manage all that data, assess all that data. And this is a transparency and accountability effort to make sure that that data is then readily available to the community. Finally, on the next slide, we have investments in capital. These are things that will allow all those other things to occur. This includes an ongoing funding for apparatus for fire, including their turnouts and personal protective, or for TPD and their personal protective equipment. This includes patrol vehicles and non-patrol vehicles. Also for Tucson Fire, apparatus like ladders, ambulances, and their PPE, their turnouts. All the things that keep our firefighters and police able to do their jobs and safe while doing so. There's additional capital in the form of our Public Safety Training Academy, where both police and fire are trained. Needs some modernization to meet the needs of the future. Our southeast growth area will need a new TPD and TFD center to meet the needs of that growing part of the community. And I mentioned the infill station. I mentioned an additional ladder. And then there's two annual $1 million or $10 million over 10 years, however you'd like to look at it. Money available for additional station modernizations for TPD and a separate bucket for TFD, because we know those needs will evolve over time as our operations needs or as new challenges present themselves. So it's a dedicated funding source for that. All right, with that, we can go to the next slide. We can bring the pie back together and really just take it one level up again, which is $80 million per year distributed over these 5 key investment areas. And I want to emphasize that these 5 key investment areas are supportive of each other. Because I mentioned early on, we are proposing to add investment for our first responders who are dealing with the emergencies we have today. And we would be investing in our people of Tucson and our communities and neighborhoods of Tucson to build capacity, build better environments, so the public safety needs of the future are less, because we're providing a better environment for Tucsonans. Next slide. What is it? Increased funding for first responders to meet those near-term needs, and increased funding for building that capacity in people and communities, which meets near-term needs and reduces future demands on public safety. What it is not any conflict at all with RTA Next, which is our next agenda item. But I want to be very clear. This proposal does not include anything for roads. It does not mean to imply that our road needs are all met. They are largely being met by Prop 411, Prop 101, and other things. But this is also the opportunity for the city to remain fully at the table for whatever transpires with the RTA and RTA Next, as long as that conversation is continuing. Next slide. Back to our timeline we're at today. If you are so inclined and direct us to come back on September 11th, we would present a package to you to allow you to call the election, which would also start the process of legally defining what this ballot measure looks like. And then in February, there would be the voter pamphlets and ballots going out, all leading up to a March 11th, 2025 election. With that, I would like to turn it back to you, Mayor, and folks in the room.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the incredible work done to put this comprehensive approach together for all of us. Since I first became mayor in 2019 and started our work, we started super innovative programming in partnership with our executive leadership team, with our city manager, with our assistant city managers, with our department directors, with police, fire, our 911 communications, and have started programs that might not be seen in any city in Arizona. We started our Housing First program, we passed a housing affordability strategy for Tucson that the city of Tucson had never seen before. We started our work with our community safety, health, and wellness program. Lucky for us, our chief, Chief Casmar, and his team have been holding hands with us on preventative and violence intervention strategies and all of these programs that we have started, including 311 for our community. Really work with each other to keep our community safe and vibrant. I'm very proud of the work that we have been doing as a mayor and council, as an executive leadership team in our police, in our fire departments. And these programs that we've created where we've worked together, when I became mayor, I believe we had 5 community service officers. Now we have, I don't know, the chief is not here. How many?
About 150, Mayor.
150. It is really incredible what we've been able to do together. And these programs that we've created, holding hands and working in collaboration and partnership, have produced incredible evidence that they are working. Our P&I zones, which really puts into practice all of these programs that we put together, the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, our Housing First team, TPD, and all of the other departments working together in P&I, those results have shown to reduce gun violence in areas of our city up to 80% gun violence reduction. So this possible initiative that we're presenting to the community, hopefully there's support at the table to make it happen, will really create a safe and vibrant city. And I'm really happy of this work, of how well we've all been working together to make this happen, and that, that it pays to put the right work in the right hands. When I first became mayor, we expected our police officers to be clinical psychologists, to be everything to everyone, too much of a load on the shoulders of police officers. And it's so much better to be able to bring in others, to take that load off and distribute the right work to the right hands. So really happy with what you put together, Mr. Tamir. Really appreciate this presentation. And I'll open up for my council colleagues if there's any questions. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, City Manager and Mayor, for the overview. I think as we've been discussing about the budget shortfalls that we'll be seeing and how do we make sure that we're meeting the needs of our community, especially when we know that the safest communities are the ones with the most resources, and that there is less violence when people have the resources that they need to thrive. I know that our work with the ARPA money was to really prop up these alternative programmings and services for the city, as you outlined, Mayor, and then that we know that our departments have continued to have needs that weren't being met, financially met. So I think it's important because I know that when we were talking about Prop 411 and really wanting to not put a package together to the voters that's like, oh, here's roads and investment in first responders, that we wanted to really just focus on roads and safety related to roads, and that we knew the conversation was going to come back to how do we address these other community safety needs. And so I appreciate the work that city staff and all our department heads have put together in making sure that the community safety investments that we started through ARPA continue to have a funding source. I know that we have a lot of work to do, especially around housing, addressing our unsheltered needs, addressing our fentanyl use in our community and how we're addressing that. So my hope that with this, as we're addressing like these immediate needs that we have, that we're continuing to not lose sight of the long-term work that we need to truly, make like the investments and what we truly need to make our community safe. So I guess, aside from, there's been a lot of work put into this, that I think it's important that we put this in front of the voters so that our community gets to decide how they want to invest their money. And at the end of the day, reiterate that the state, our Republican state legislature has put this burden on our local communities to have to figure out how to fund some of our basic services. So I don't know if you were going to make a motion, Mayor, or if we're just in the discussion.
If you'd like to, so that we can continue discussion. Oh, I think just a regular motion to move city manager recommendation.
So I move that we move forward with the city manager's recommendation.
Second.
There's a motion and a second and further discussion. Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Lee.
If you would have told me that we were going to put a sales tax on the ballot and that I'd support it, probably would have crinkled my head. But I remember the first month I was on the city council and we faced a $68 million deficit. We were receiving, at that point, we had cut road maintenance draconian, where we were doing none. And it has taken us a decade to make up for it. I remember being in a situation where we were asked to be proactive. And I can tell you, being on this side of the table, that we are proactive all the time. It is the number one thing you have to do. Finally, I'll tell you that in each situation, we get different calls. They ebb and flow. The complaints are different for different years and different times. Sometimes it's potholes and roads. Sometimes it's police response. Sometimes it's conditions of parks. And in each situation, we have acted. We went to the voters and got 101, 411, 409, 407. We changed policies. We set up a 90-day C of O program. We acted every single time and create programs that make it work. At this point, the biggest challenge we have isn't pothole complaints anymore. It isn't even encampments anymore. It's just behavior. And the crazy thing is that if you go through and look at, national crime rates and macro trends and stuff like that, it's supposed to be better. But it's just more visible. People see more things. You can get on social media and find out more. We have, I think, 5 different scanner pages on social media of people reporting. Plus, we have TMZ Tucson on Twitter. And that tells you all the things that go bad. At the end of the day, we have to do what we did in the past, which is what we acted. And if someone came to a meeting and got up during call to the audience and yelled, "What are you going to do about fentanyl? What are you going to do about the unsheltered?" Well, this is it. This is what we are doing. It's a comprehensive plan that helps us address the needs all the way across the spectrum. Not only that, it fills gaps that were going to be created by the state cuts. It fills those gaps and prepares us for the challenges ahead. That's why we're putting this in. I think this will pave way for other programs like Good Guy Landlord. It'll pave way for programs where we can marry social assistance along with enforcement, kind of the carrot and the stick. We've had that discussion in different briefings throughout the department. So we have all these different pieces that'll be there. But at the end of the day, this is the next challenge that we have. And this is an opportunity for us to be ready for it. That's why I'm supporting this motion. And that's why I think this is why our city stands apart, in that it is proactive and prepares for the challenges ahead. So that's what we're going to do, and hopefully the whole community can get behind us. If you look at this comprehensive plan, there are so many cool things we're going to be able to do with this. So that's my spiel. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee, and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to thank you, Mayor, and Tim for the amazing setup to help us really understand what's in front of us today and all of the stakeholders. I know we kind of know how the sausage is made and all of the work that each of you and your teams have done to work with so many different people who have skin in the game as it relates to this particular initiative that we're putting forward. And I'm really glad that we did take the time to not rush anything in July and go ahead and do what needs to be done to get everybody on board and put something really powerful together. I'm really excited about this, the value that it provides across the city, of course, specifically related to the technology. That's really going to move the needle in a big way for all of us across the city. And it really speaks to the interconnectedness of all of these different elements and how important it is that we address all of these different elements to provide a better life for our community members. And specifically for Ward 4, Tim, I know you mentioned the Southeast Police and Fire Station. That's going to be something that I know our Ward 4 residents are really going to be excited to see. Ward 4 has the largest amount of development in the city, especially with respect to new housing. And we have to ensure that we have the infrastructure and services to handle the growth that we've already realized and the growth that we are anticipating. Our team has done a lot of work with our partners in the State Land Department to ensure a substantial amount of land was identified for the Southeast Police Station in the H2K pad. And our community members are going to be really, really excited to see a construction funding source for that, which is identified in the initiative. So just wanted to chime in with those points. Great work to the team, and I'm really, really excited to be supporting this. So great work.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lee. Councilmember Fimbres?
Hey, Madam Mayor, I like the plan, Tim. I think we need to go to the voters, start selling it now, though. Get the people out and get some money put in so we can get this thing going and kick it off. I have a lot of residents, and I keep saying, you need to come and quit looking at, ignoring the south side cop enforcement.
Councilmember Fimbres, point well taken. And I think what I would share with your Ward 5 residents is when the mayor talks about the P&I program, also known as the VIVA program, one of those locations where we've seen that significant reduction in violent gun crime is right there on South Campbell, right there in the heart of your ward. And I think people are actually seeing it on a daily basis, and this opportunity gives us the opportunity to continue to do innovative programming like that.
Good. Thank you, Tim. If everybody worked on this program, this plan, they should be commended for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add my thanks to you, Mayor, and to Tim and your team. I'm very excited at the breadth of this and the depth of it, and there's going to be lots of elements in this that will make our city vibrant and more safe. Thank you.
All righty, any others? All righty, well, thank you so much, Tim. I really appreciate the work. I'm very happy that it is such a holistic and comprehensive approach to safety in our community. You know, I've been talking for some years how important it is for Tucsonans to take care of each other and to have a safe, equitable, resilient, and thriving city. And that we have seen in the past years through the propositions we've passed that Tucsonans are not afraid of investing in ourselves, that we want to invest in ourselves, and that we believe in investing in affordable housing and shelter, investing in neighborhood and community resilience, investing in enhanced emergency response. We want to invest in our police officers and our firefighters. We want to be able to have a thriving city. and that this approach will be presented to the voters of Tucson, hopefully, once we vote on it. And they will decide, but they have helped put this initiative together based on their feedback and their engaging with us throughout our budget process, throughout Plan Tucson. There's been many opportunities to engage Tucsonans, and this is exactly what they're telling us to fund in. So with that, if there's no other commentary, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I do have a couple of questions before we move on to the next item. In terms of the legal steps that we need to take, Mr. Rankin, can you talk to us a little bit about that? And then I know that the intention is to also have an oversight committee be put together. I just wanted to ask about how we approach the oversight committee.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Based on the motion that you just passed, we will bring back a couple of ordinances to the September 11th Mayor and Council regular meeting. It will call the election for March, and it will actually provide the ballot language that will capture the proposal and the proposed ballot measure that's been described to you today in the study session. Mayor, as you were mentioning, in connection with all of the other propositions that were described by the city manager, the mayor and council insisted on having ongoing citizen oversight to ensure that if the propositions were approved by voters, that the funds generated by those tax measures could only be expended for the purposes that were in fact authorized by the voters and authorized by the mayor and council. So we will include that as part of this effort as well, and we'll bring forward a resolution that will establish that ongoing oversight.
And I imagine, Mr. Tamir, that you're going to suggest how that oversight committee will be put together, right? This is more of an expertise type of group.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's correct. With the diversity of services and the nature of the fact that all of those elements are critical and they feed off of one another, I think it's prudent that the independent oversight committee be drawn based on expertise in the different areas. And so that would be what we're going to be proposing. Of course, there will be the opportunity for the mayor and council to shape that as it moves forward. And if I may for a moment, Mayor, while I have the microphone, I want to acknowledge the staff that were involved in this. Many of them you see in the audience from the leadership level, but Tucson's labor organizations, Tucson Fire, TFFA, TPOA, CWA, they've been very helpful and productive partners in shaping. When you put the right work in the right hands, it's nice to talk to the hands that are doing that work, and it's been a fruitful but also sometimes challenging conversation. But here we have alignment from the chiefs down to all of the labor groups involved, and so I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that, because we wouldn't be here with what I think you're finding is a quality package if it weren't for that.
Well, I want to attach myself to that comment because I know that the labor groups have been incredibly important in this conversation, and as well commend everyone that took their time to sit down and think through and advocate for the needs of our community and understand that we all need each other to make our city a safer, more vibrant city. So I too want to commend everyone, especially the labor groups, for helping us with this. So with that, I don't think, oh yeah, one more thing, community engagement, how I would highly like to see an engagement program so that we can inform the community, let them ask questions, give input, feedback, as much as we possibly can as we get closer to the election.
Honorable Mayor, we will certainly provide factual information related to the ballot measure should you move forward with it. We will, of course, not be in any kind of position of advocacy, but we will be in a position of informing. And that is something that we're committed to doing on your behalf.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you, colleagues. 7-0 is pretty good. I really appreciate it. So we move back to item 6. Let me just ensure that I make the call. Time has been set aside for continued discussion and direction on the RTA Next Plan development. This particular, Mr. Tamir, I think you will present our presenters.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Assistant City Manager Liz Morales is present with you. Our Director of Transportation Mobility, Sam Credio, is there as well. And also, I don't have a visual on Ted Maxwell from Southern Arizona Leadership Council, but I believe Ted Maxwell has a presentation of a potential RTA Next plan. And then Mr. Credio and Ms. Morales can give you sort of a staff review of what Mr. Maxwell is about to present. So I'm going to turn it to Liz and Sam in the room.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Sam, our Director of Transportation Mobility, will give the first portion of this presentation.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. I think what we're going to do is turn things over to Mr. Maxwell to go over some of the material that was included in your packet. And then we'll probably dive back into the contents of the material a little bit more following that. Just to refresh everybody's memory on where we're at on RTA Next, it's been a while since we've talked about it, is the RTA board is deliberating on a final plan to bring out to the public and garner public feedback. And so as those conversations are occurring and evolving, we thought it would be prudent to have Mr. Maxwell come and share the current status of the plan and be available to answer any questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. I appreciate the opportunity to come speak to you and the rest of the council today, and I really appreciate all the openness on all the members of the council to this concept and to this idea. It's been a long time in making, and I really want to thank the staff of the City of Tucson, particularly in the Department of Transportation. But it starts with Mayor Romero and your true efforts to try to find a solution. I know you want to get there. It hasn't always been easy, but I appreciate your continued support and your bluntness in many of the conversations we've had, including what the City of Tucson needs. I've got to make sure I thank your Chief of Staff, Charlene Mendoza. She probably gets more of my voice at times, but I also get hers. So it's a kind of a fair trade going back and forth. And then City Manager Tim Tamir, as well as former City Manager Michael Ortega, were absolutely critical. And not only do you have a Tucson DOT who can dress sharper than I have, and I thought I did okay in that front, but his insight on some of the very specifics has been absolutely critical. What I'm going to present to you today is a plan that has predominantly been fine-tuned, and I want to say fine-tuned, because this is really a creation that has been in the works for over 5 years, starting when we first stood up the Citizens Advisory Committee, the TMC, which has been around for both RTA 1 and will remain in existence beyond the Technical Management Committee into RTA 2. They've all had parts and pieces in doing this. And the advisory committee has changed over the time during those 5 years. There's been more inputs, changing focuses, and it's been a process. It's been one full of some arguments and some disagreements at those committee levels and at the board level. And I think we've gotten to the point, because of the insistence of not saying, no, we can't get there, and in a lot of cases, with the upfront requirements to meet certain municipality demands, both from the city of Tucson and some of the other municipalities, that we've been able to get to what I believe is a solution that is ready to go to the voters. But that's me. I can't tell you if any of the other 8 do. And more importantly, that's not what we're looking at right now. This plan is not the one that will go to the voters. This one will go to the community, to the citizens, and yes, many of those voters, to the municipalities, to the staffs, to everybody, to provide input, to shoot it in the areas that they don't like and what they see as better fixes, but to provide the guidance for something that can, at a future date, and we are targeting May of 2025 to try to take this to the voters, but something that we can get a 9-0 unanimous vote, because that's going to be the goal of the RTA board, of something to then, at a later date, send to the voters. This is not that plan. It's close. I obviously believe in this plan. I believe it could go to the voters. But like in the RTA one, when we went out for community input, changes were made. And the importance, as you just discussed on your last issue, you know you're targeting a March measure to the voters, and you need to get that input. You need to get them something to look at, to chew on, to see if they decide they like it, to give you feedback on what you might want to change. Well, I'd say that's probably twice as necessary on the RTA side, because it's a much larger set of communities with much different, at times, diverse interests. So I do ask you to consider, ask the questions now. Your team has been phenomenal. The town of Sarita has also played a major role in trying to get to this plan, so I wanted to thank their staff as well. But a lot of what you've got in front of you today, what you've been handed, is the plan that I was proposing to put forward to the board at the last meeting. Unfortunately, we did not have a quorum for multiple different reasons. So it was released because it was going to be on the agenda. The documents had been distributed. There had actually been comments already made from some of those that could not be in attendance. And so it's out there in the public eye. What I'm going to do is walk through you what, even in the last couple of weeks, some of the changes and some of the things that I'm looking at, and what you will see when the agenda and the plan comes out, hopefully later this week, as the final proposal for the next meeting. There's no definite action that will be taken necessarily at this next meeting, but much like your concern of getting something to the community for deliberation, I think it's critical that we get something on the RTA side there fast. I'm not going to lie, I'm a huge transportation supporter. That's where I cut my teeth in public policy. I believe the RTA Next is incredibly important because transportation is a system, and everything needs to be in this system. Yes, there's roads, but RTA also supports transit. It also supports safety. It also supports multiple different methods of getting around. Maricopa is facing the issue this year. Their RTA, their regional transportation, comes up at the November ballot. It will be incredibly detrimental to their current operations if that doesn't pass. I have the same fears here if we aren't able to get to a solution. I think this one comes close. So why this plan? I've talked about all the years of work. I think it's time that we turn it to the communities to let them see it. And what this plan is, again, it's the one that we'd like to come to agreement at the board. And I expect some of the votes on the board to put it to the community don't agree with all of it. There may be parts they are going to argue in the future. But until we get it out to the community, we really don't know what the response is going to be. So I'm going to talk you through, and I'll be referencing my notes, which will be a little different than your slides, but things that I think are important for you to take note of. The first element is the runway corridor element. Most of the City of Tucson projects are down at the end. There's been some changes, but they've stayed pretty consistent throughout this project. Marianne Cleveland Way widening was added back into to be determined line that was there with the $50 million. but the city of Tucson, out of the $1.1 billion, has over $407 million worth of roadway projects in there. One thing that you'll see different when the final one comes out is you will see I've also listed the deferred projects broken out as a reminder to the community what projects have been moved forward. Why those deferred projects are not assigned to any municipalities because they were promises we made in RTA 1. The funding has been designated to be received in RTA 2. So I got some advice that it'd be a great idea to show those deferred projects, and those will show up on the proposal that will go in front of the board on September 5th. The other category, the next element on that, on your form is going to show safety and active transportation. I've, again, based on a recommendation, renamed that to safety, ADA, and active transportation element, because we didn't capture the fact that there are ADA opportunities within that element, and by adding it to the title, it leaves the opportunity, particularly when you see down to some of the what I'm calling the baseline surplus, and I'll describe that a little later. When you get down there, you'll understand why that may have been added in there. The other thing is you won't see is that we've broken out, and this is working directly with City Manager Tamir as well as Sam Credio. We've split down, instead of just showing the $178 million. First off, none of the numbers on your sheets change at all on this final sheet. It is the same percentages, the same numbers, and the same things throughout the lines. But what we're doing is we're defining more so that it's more apparent to the community what they're getting from it. And in that safety, ADA, and active transportation element, we've defined $45 million for pedestrian improvements citywide in Tucson. We've defined bikeway improvements citywide also to $45 million. Safety initiatives, to include safe routes to school projects of $4 million. Traffic signal upgrades citywide, $30 million. And then we've got 4 specific projects. The La Cholla Boulevard Modernization Project, $8 million. The 29th Street Modernization Project, $26 million. And then 2 $10 million projects being Mission Road Modernization and Camino Seco Modernization. In total, that adds up to just over $178 million in that category out of the $261 million that's being added to that area. Probably the biggest change on the plan that was proposed at the last board meeting and this one from any previous plan is the inclusion of an arterial rehabilitation element. ADOT is in the process of getting me the document from FHWA that defines exactly what arterial rehabilitation can do, but to make a short comment on it, it's effectively about 2 inches from curb to curb. So it doesn't require design, it doesn't require meeting some of the requirements if you do a total reconstruction and redesign. It allows the community to go 2, 4, 6 inches, whatever's necessary to rehabilitate that road. So the $20 million in there may not seem like a lot, but you'll understand why it's in there. It needs to be in the what we will refer to as below the pessimistic forecast, much like you're doing with your proposal for March's ballot. Is the board voted unanimously to use the pessimistic numbers. But the city of Tucson, during the process of negotiation, said, we've got some confidence. We're willing to take more of the risk if we get more of the benefit if it comes in above the pessimistic number. We'll talk about that in a second. In that arterial rehabilitation element on the plan that's going to be distributed, you will see that the $20 million is right now going to Gulf Links Road from Wilmot Road to Houghton Road. And all those inputs and those changes were all provided by the city of Tucson and their staff. A couple things that have changed over time that you may not have seen before is in the transit element, it's still at $610 million. There's $70 million in there for bus rapid transit, but we took the money that's allotted to the city of Tucson and actually broke it down so that the voters and the community would be able to see how much of it is supporting current operations. And that's the $229 million is supporting the current operations for transit service operated by the city of Tucson. The other $123 million that will be coming to the city of Tucson is for new and expanded service. And obviously that would be at the discretion, whether it's more routes, more frequent routes, more express service, this would then become the city of Tucson's DOT and mayor and council to determine how you want to expend those funds. Of the $610 million for transit, $422 million of that is designated for the city of Tucson. Below that, all the elements that you're going to see, well, I did skip one. The environmental element is a $50 million allotment in this plan, and it is undefined because there was no breakdown on the specific projects. That is a category of 50 million that will come through the normal RTA process where proposals come from any municipality that wants to do some sort of environmental project. Now, that can be used to do projects of benefit to our ecology and to that area, and the other one is things such as animal crossings, which we saw some money allocated towards animal crossings in RTA 1 as well. But those projects will be based on the board and brought to the board at a later date. Something important on the numbers, which I'll talk about and kind of emphasize at the end, is the percentage between municipalities. Those element funds and anything on your current plan that you see in light pink, that doesn't go on the denominator of the project to determine, because they're more considered right now regional wide. And that includes all of the debt servicing, the administrative costs, contingency funding, and overlap. For those of you who followed the RTA board meetings, there was a lot of concern as we were trying to get as much in this plan as possible for the community that there was not enough contingency funding. Well, much like the city of Tucson's taken the risk on some of the funding, the revenues coming in above the pessimistic view, the contingency money is also now in that category. So it has been moved out, and that allows us to put more money in the front lines. When the bottom line on the entire proposal, it comes in just slightly under the RTA board approval. And when I say slightly under, I'm talking about $300,000. So that's a lot of money, but it's sometimes in the spectrum of this money, it's slightly. And that's a lot of, but that's $2.46 billion is a lot of money to invest in regional transportation. I can't overemphasize the side that a regional system needs regional input and regional collaboration. And the best way for a transportation system, which is the backbone not only of our economy, it's the backbone of opportunity, and it's the backbone of quality of life, is to make sure we all have a seat at the table, having that discussion and coming together with something that will have regional impact. So when you see at the bottom of the plan, you see a dark black outline, and that is the box that deals with any money that comes in above the pessimistic view. And in there, that box deals all the way up to the baseline. It changes a little bit if it gets above the baseline. And when you think of the economic prediction that was made by George Hammond, it has three different categories: pessimistic, baseline, and then you have the optimistic. And you've probably seen them all. I think we'd obviously be foolish to shoot for the optimistic. I think because of the experience in RTA 1, we believed, much like your initiative going forward, pessimistic's the best place to start. So the question is, what happens with it if it comes in the baseline, and how can we make that happen in a hurry? And the intent is to look at some segment along the way, whether it's 2 years, which I prefer. I've heard some folks say 4, some say 5. But some point along the way, we take a look, and if there's additional funds above the pessimistic, it's time to put those monies to use. There's $100 million that would be going to contingency funding. $190 million would go to the city of Tucson for arterial rehabilitation. And that's why it was so important to have at least one arterial rehabilitation project in there. Talking with the city manager and the director of the Department of Transportation, the city of Tucson has roughly $250 million of already recognized needs for arterial roads and rehabilitation. That's the number one concern we have at the state on almost all our decisions at the State Transportation Board, is maintaining the roads we've got and making them better. And through arterial rehabilitation, because it is a construction project, it's not as easy as just having a crew go around and fix the roads. It allows us to take the arterial roads in Tucson as determined the order by the city of Tucson and put them in a condition that they probably don't need to be touched for 8, 10, maybe more years, depending on what kind of rehabilitation is accomplished. Another $30 million, the final $30 million when we get up to baseline would also be for the city of Tucson. And so that would take the total baseline revenues up to almost $2.8 billion. At that point, the city of Tucson will be getting over about 1.25 billion. That would equate to about 55%. It's actually 55.4, if we're going to be specific. And in the pessimistic view, the city of Tucson's percentage right now is 50.57. The mayor was very clear of what her minimum requirements were to be, and I think we've got a plan now that gets us there, and it addresses a lot of the concerns through the inclusion of arterial rehabilitation with, hey, or what do we want, how are we going to get our roads back in better shape? And when I talked about a transportation system being a quality of life issue as well, it's not only the availability of the opportunity to move throughout the town, whether by transit or by vehicle, but it's also the quality of that ride, because there's nothing that frustrates more, and I guarantee DOT could probably verify that, than when somebody either finds a pothole or finds a road that's unacceptable. That it's easy. People don't find transportation necessarily sexy or necessary, because if you poll the public, it's gonna be pretty low on the list until the day it's not, and then it becomes the most important thing to them in the world. So I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate all the support I've gotten from both folks around this table, from Mayor Romero, but also by the staff. They've done an incredible job on working this, and some of the discussions have been tough, but there's never been anybody that says, no, we're going to push away from the table. And I think that's an important area that we're at right now. So I'd love to, with your approval, Madam Mayor, to stay at the table while you
Yes,
listen to your
absolutely. I
staff.
was going to
and-
ask you, actually, if you could please stay at the table. I did want to ask for Mr. Credio to add to the conversation. I know that you usually do the entire presentation when we're talking about the RTA next. So Sam, if you'd like to do that, and then Mr. Maxwell, if you can stay around to make sure that if there's questions from me or my colleagues, you can respond.
Absolutely, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'd be happy to add a little more context to what Mr. Maxwell just shared with all of you. I think he did a great job summarizing the material that's in front of you. Definitely a few things that I do just want to highlight for all of you. In the plan that was shared just a moment ago with you all, there was an undefined project for $50 million in the roadway category. And as Mr. Maxwell accurately mentioned, that hole has been plugged with the Mary Ann Cleveland widening project. Also want to point out that with the active transportation element, safety ADA and active transportation element, I think what we've done is found a good balance between providing some specificity in those road projects that actually didn't make it in the roadway category, but are truly safety and active transportation projects by modernizing those corridors, but then also preserving flexibility not only for our current situation, but future leaders in this space in terms of having dollars to invest in pedestrian and bikeway improvements. And I would say that I appreciate that that consideration has been taken. I also want to note that I appreciate that Mr. Maxwell has taken into account our priorities that were outlined in Move Tucson. That is what has informed the projects that we've selected for this plan. We also appreciate the acknowledgement that arterial rehabilitation is a vital aspect of this plan, something that our community is calling for, and we're really excited about the prospect to see over $200 million in investment in that category with the baseline projections. And then lastly, I just want to note that on that topic as well, arterial rehabilitation, it's worth noting that that's a scalable project. So while we have an actual project listed for that $20 million amount, when those revenues come in above the pessimistic projections, we can scale that up and be able to deliver to the community a really good product. And then lastly, I just want to touch on the transit element and point out that in addition to everything that Mr. Maxwell noted, there is an item for the Stone Avenue Bus Rapid Transit local matching funds for that project at $70 million. And I think that is everything on my notes, and I'd be happy to defer to Mr. Tamir if he has anything to add, or be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Manager, would you like to add anything?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the team, and thank you to Ted for the presentation and your efforts to bring forward what I think from a staff perspective is a workable option. What I want to emphasize as well is that while we're asking the community to begin to dream about what could be as part of RTA Next, my highest priority as city manager for Tucson right now is working with RTA to deliver RTA now. We are in the tail end of a 20-year ask of the voter that was approved in 2006. I do not think we're quite at the place we need to be in delivering it. There has been some successful projects. There's been a lot of improvements to the systems, the regional transportation systems, including the modern streetcar, the Sunlink streetcar in Tucson. However, I remain concerned that we first and foremost need to demonstrate to the voter that we're delivering RTA now while we're shaping what RTA Next looks like. And I just think that is going to be my number one question for RTA and PAG and all those involved for the foreseeable future is show me the path to completion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Tamir. And, you know, I'm optimistic about this plan, Ted. I think that, as you well know, both the city manager and both city managers and I have been very clear, as well as this council, of what our non-negotiables are based on the needs of what our community, of what Tucsonans have told us they want. And, you know, being clear about what the city of Tucson needs has basically led us to this, right? That we have to be able to have a plan that Tucsonans can vote for. So I'm optimistic. I'm looking forward to see what my colleagues have to include into the conversation and what the RTA board has to say about your proposal. I too, like Mr. Tamir, I continue to remain very concerned about the ability of the RTA to deliver the current RTA and a list of projects that the city of Tucson has, that unfortunately my questions at the table at the RTA board meetings have not been responded to, right? And that's very frustrating because before we can campaign to the community and say, community, vote for this, we've got to tell them how we're going to pay for all of the projects inside the city of Tucson. That I do not see a clear response from the executive director of the RTA, basically responding to our concerns. So with that, I want to open it up to my colleagues on the council to get your input about this plan. Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
So a few things. I've been really critical about the needs of Tucson. And the reason the needs of Tucson are different than the rest of the different towns within our region is that Tucson is the central older city. We've never really needed to build new roads and expand actual roads. We need to enhance the ones we have. And that was kind of my thing. How are we going to enhance the driving experience, both for pedestrians and transit riders, but as well as motorists? Because it comes in two pieces. And I mean, I come from the core value that becoming LA and becoming Phoenix and building a bunch of freeways is so the opposite way I want to go for this city. But if you do it right, there's value that can come through. If you do one, you know, you take cars off of transit, especially crosstown traffic. I mean, so I have some pieces of that. We've talked about some of the accoutrements we need to do with golf links, and I don't even think that's in a place for the RTA. I think that's actually a piece that we collaborate with the state on. One of the things driving over here today was I noticed we named it the Maclavio Barraza Parkway like 5 years ago. We took the aviation out. The signs still say aviation, and the state is supposed to replace the signs, not us. This is the stuff that drives me crazy. But ultimately, we have to take a look at where we went through this RTA for 20 years and whether or not this RTA has been successful. And despite our issues with the current executive director, and I can tell you there's not a lot of confidence at this table for him, despite that, we do have confidence in the two co-chairs. And I do want to say, except for a couple projects we've delivered, we're hopefully 22nd is going to get funded in South Harrison. Those are the ones that we're kind of waiting on, the ones that you say that we can do. Those need to get delivered and kind of started and drawn up and going, I think, before we get the confidence we need to move that forward. I'm actually optimistic they will. I think that there's some pieces to it. I'm not sure where the finger pointing should be on why they're not up and running yet, but I can say that that's a big piece to getting this to the voters. The second thing I want to say is the arterial rehabilitation over on the 190 million first money out to us on the above pessimistic view. I think that's outstanding. That is a really creative solution, and that probably is a clincher for me. That's probably the one where I'm going, I haven't said I completely 180. Like, there's a few things we got to do here, but I've been a flat heck no for a year, and I'm not a heck no today, all right? I'm definitely seeing some light at the end of the tunnel here, and it looks like the community's going to come together, counterintuitive to my feelings, and put a package together that benefits not only the city of Tucson, but the region as a whole. So that's where we are, and it's because we don't need new roads. We need to enhance the ones we already have. That's just a Tucson need. It's unique because I know that out in the rural areas they need new stuff, but here we don't need new stuff. We need to make our old stuff better, not just maintenance. I'm talking about expansion and enhancements, et cetera. And I think that gives us this package gives us those opportunities. Probably not as much as I want, but at least we're on the right track and we're talking about it. And I gotta say, this is a lot better place than I was, say, 45 days ago. So that's kind of where I'm at now. I'm gonna listen to my colleagues and see kind of what tweaks we need to go, because I'm not gonna go unless we're all in. All 7 of us need to be all in. We can't do this with a splintered council. So I'm gonna listen to my colleagues and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. Councilmember Santa Cruz and then Councilman Lee.
I wanted to thank Ted for coming here today, for all your work on this. I know that when we've spoken on the phone, you've talked about this like regional collaboration and the importance of, the transportation system as a region. And I know some of my frustration has been like, why are we always asked to be the good partner and where's everybody else in that partnership? And so I see that, you've really kind of taken that to task as far as like what the city's needs are around, arterial rehabs and investing in our transit system. I was curious if what the arterial rehab would fund. Does that include repaving, landscaping, maintenance, and even like traffic signaling? What gets invested under that category?
That's one of the things that makes the rehabilitation dollars go a long way and get to that need that the city's got on that rehabilitation. And I will provide the letter to all the members of the board when I get it from ADOT. I just recently requested that. It effectively lets you do anything between the curbs. So it's from about 2 inches from a curb to 2 inches from the curb on either side. There may be some variance in that. And it's truly reconstruction of the road itself. Now, one of the important parts, and I talked with Mr. Credio about this a lot as well, is that's one of the reasons to leave some of the flexibility in the Safety ADA Act transportation area, because sometimes when you're doing a rehabilitation of a road, you may have the opportunity to add some of those safety things as part of that project, which will then save funds on the overall bid of the project to do them together. But the actual arterial rehabilitation of the road itself is just that. It's why you can avoid it not doing redesign, because once you hit it redesign, then all bets are off on what you have to do. You have to comply with multiple different, communities and areas and laws. But the arterial rehabilitation lets you literally just address the quality of the pavement you're driving on.
Ted, so how confident do you feel about this proposal that you are putting forward to, the rest of the partners? And how are you approaching that? Like, how do we hold on to our our seats here?
I would have loved to have had it discussed at the last meeting, because then it could be a lot more aggressive with the conversations. But because it wasn't discussed at the last meeting, and because the city of Tucson, town of Sorrento, were the two of the ones I'd already talked about, I could continue to work with them on the changes without putting any kind of violation of any law. And my intent here was to inform the city of Tucson on what's going on. I'm not trying to convince anybody in any other communities to go forward. That's why I appreciated the city putting out the plan that you've seen. Once this becomes public, it will be a little bit easier. What I will tell you from Ted's perspective is to put something out to the voters right now. This is as good as it's going to get. I will go back to one of the earlier board meetings we had where Mike Ortega was the city manager, and he was working tirelessly with the TMC to get to what I thought was going to be a possibility to get it to the community. And it fell apart at the last minute, and I would never misquote Mayor Romero, but the comment was something along the lines, every time I think we're close, it gets worse, because what came back undid everything that had been made progress-wise. So my selling point to everybody else will probably be, this is probably as good as we're going to get. It's important, I think, that we go out to the community. There are several different areas in this. I know some inside the city of Tucson they're not going to like. I know there's probably some from outside, but until we allow the public to have their opinion, we can't make the change. I've got concerns about RTA 1. I do. You just look at the straight financials of it. It's going to be a challenge, and the city hasn't gotten the answers they need on how we're going to complete that. But that shouldn't slow down this process. When it gets to the very end, and we're talking in January, and we're looking at putting some to the voters, well, hopefully we'll have everybody in a position on all the other issues. But for the plan, the percentages, the breakdowns between the different elements, and in a large part the flexibility, there was very little flexibility in RTA 1. Almost everything was defined into the voters. But this, it's a 20-year plan. We don't know what transportation is going to be like 10 years from now. And we're trying to build that in. I think you'll see in the administrative code, we may build in some more opportunities for the RTA board to be flexible in reviewing it at 5 or a 10-year point, the entire plan and the roadways that we've got future in the plan. Because if we're going to have to make some changes like we've done we did on Broadway, those became much longer drawn-out project discussions than they should have been. But that's because we didn't have a good way to address them within the plan. I think we're going to try. That's the kind of stuff the board will continue to work on while this plan goes through listening session, input, and all the stuff throughout all the communities. I think we had almost 200 meetings roughly last time for community input on the first RTA. I don't know if we'll get that high. But the intent is to make sure every segment, every advocacy group, every community group has an opportunity to say, this is what we need, and this is where we see a shortfall. And then when it comes back to the board, based on the compilation of all that data, it'll be up to the members of the board to make the changes. I think this one gives everybody something they can hang their hat on. I've said from the very beginning, I will know we have a plan when nobody loves it, but nobody hates it and says they can't deal with it, because we're 9 different voting segments. I'm probably from the state perspective, the one off. You just add the 8 other members of that board, and they all view what's important for transportation through a different set of lenses, and that's important. It's important to understand we're going to have diversity of what requirements are. The question is everybody getting something they're going to look at and go, I can deal with that? And the biggest concern I have if we don't have regional funding is if goes back to what was said at the early session. I'm actually glad you changed the order of the sessions. Do we want to rely on the state to provide the funding? Because it's probably not coming. And what I can tell you, if Maricopa's funding doesn't come through, ours doesn't come through, right now the rural communities have benefited the most from both the two largest counties having a regional transportation plan, because they've gotten some of those extra dollars from the state. Very small, but for a community like, like Havasu City, or a community even like Yuma, A little investment makes a big difference for them. But if there's no regional funding in this state, we're going to be lucky to see funds. It just is, the numbers are staggering to maintain our infrastructure. The numbers are staggering to improve our infrastructure. And if we don't have some regional skin in the game, I think we could find ourselves in a lot of problem a couple of years from now.
Thank you, Ted.
Councilman Lee, and then Councilmember Fimbres, and then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to also acknowledge you, Mayor, former City Manager Ortega, current City Manager Extraordinaire Tim Tamir, Director Cridio, and the team and the committees, and just every person that played a part in getting us here today. Mayor, I want to come back to you. You have held the line, and you've done an amazing job of representing our collective voice as a council, but also our collective voice as Tucsonans. And I know that was not easy, and I know you dealt with a lot of things to do that. So just thank you, Mayor, for your leadership on that. To General Maxwell, it's been a masterclass in leadership and negotiation to watch you pull all of these different interests together and try to help us continue to move toward a yes. So thank you. I think we're all very fortunate that you're the person in this position right now to help us hopefully get across the finish line. I also agree with my colleagues with respect to the ongoing RTA projects. We have one in particular on Houghton between Irvington and 22nd. There have been delays. And so I've even talked to the team about, is there a way we can put up signage early just to signal that this is coming? Because there's a chance that, a ballot could go to folks before some of the current RTA projects are even visibly in work. And so I think that's really important to convey however we can that these things are still coming and we're going to be able to deliver what is promised. Specific to Ward 4, I'm really excited and grateful to you, Mayor and Tim, and everyone to make sure that Harrison Road widening and Marianne Cleveland virtual high five widening are called out specifically as named projects on the list. These two roadways are heavily used and in need of some significant safety investment. New development in the city and unincorporated Pima County continues to add additional burden to our roads in Ward 4. So I'm very supportive of regional funding from the RTA, and it's definitely an appropriate source to invest in this necessary infrastructure. So great work to the team. Really happy to see the progress that's been made. And I feel like the residents of Ward 4 will definitely be able to see the value when this potentially gets in front of them on a ballot. So great work, everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres.
Mayor. Ted, when will the RTA go to the voters? What year?
The intention right now, Councilmember Fimbres and Mayor Romero, is for us to go to the voters in May of 2025. I'm really not, I personally am not over concerned with there being a ballot measure in March. Yes, that's going to put some pressure on going 2 months down the road. But we have to get to the point where we have a plan that everybody's around. And that's why it's important for us to get it out to the community now. We're targeting May because that gives us an opportunity. If we should be unsuccessful in May of 25, remember this plan, the current plan expires in June of 26. So we want to be able to try to take 2 attempts to learn from our first attempt if it doesn't work and go back. We've seen counties like Pinal have experienced situations like this. So to answer your question, we're still targeting May of 2025, but we've got to get this to the community to start receiving their input if we're going to meet that planned date.
Appreciate it, Jen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, General. Thanks for meeting with me ahead of time. I agree with what my colleague said. Your leadership has been exemplary, in contrast to the administrative leadership of the RTA, which has been a thorn in my side for the 2.5 years I've represented Ward 3. And I have to put the incompletion of some of the projects in RTA 1 in their hands. We took 2 extra years to decide. RTA took 2 extra years to decide that we didn't need to widen first. When Tucson came to that conclusion, went through all the right steps 2 years earlier. And we're 2 years behind in getting the safety features done, the bridge at the Rito, to make that a better commuter route with the increased expenses. I am not comfortable going forward with the current leadership, and you and I have talked about what might need to be done, and my support of RTA is dependent upon that, and I've said that all along. This deal has gotten us, and I appreciate all the machinations, and it's along their path, but we're still giving up 15% of money that should come to us, because it's money that's sales taxes collected in the city of Tucson. So we're saying, you know, those projects way out there are supported with 15% of our sales tax. None of our projects are supported with any extra from out there, as best I can figure out. So maybe we can be magnanimous. I can't be magnanimous when we've had so much problems. You're not getting answers to questions at this late stage. It's really upsetting me. It's not good governance, but it doesn't reflect you, General. I wish you were the executive director or someone who was competent. And that's how I feel about this. Thank you.
Any others? Councilmember Ulick, did you want to add? Okay. So thank you very much, Ted. I agree with the sentiment that you have really given a master class in terms of trying to bring us all together, trying to find the consensus, and really hearing us, the city of Tucson, in terms of what segments of investment we absolutely needed to consider a plan for RTA Next. At the next RTA board meeting, I look forward to hearing from my colleagues about their thoughts regarding this plan. And I also look forward to having a clear, concise, and accurate conversation about the projects for RTA 1 that still need to be completed and how much funds are going to be required to deliver those projects to the voters of Tucson. I'm very, very concerned that we have not received any accurate numbers or any clear answers to the questions that the city of Tucson has. So really appreciate your being here with us, the work that you have done for all of us, and look forward to the conversation. And thank you.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate the opportunity. Again, I appreciate the hard work your entire city staff, and each and every one of them, council members around the table. I appreciate the compliments, but the fact of the matter is, if this doesn't get done, it's been for naught. And so I'd ask everybody to keep, yes, to me, there are multiple different specific issues going on in the RTA right now, RTA Next being one of them, RTA 1 being one of them. There's a lot of conversation about the executive director, and Vice Mayor Dahl, I appreciate your continued upfront honesty, and you've made it very clear to me what your thoughts are. But I'd ask you to remember, at this point in time, what we're looking at is getting this to the community. Without the city of Tucson on board, I think Councilmember Cunningham even pointed out, without a unanimous city council on board, every single one of those votes will make getting this past the voters, whether it's in April of 25 or May of 26, right before it expires, whenever we get there. So there's a lot of time to address a lot of the concerns, but there's very little time to slow this process down. So when you have your discussions, when you decide the direction to go, I just ask you all to consider moving this forward in the process, because the rest of the conversations aren't going to stop just because we've moved it forward in this process. So I, again, appreciate all your passion, all your support, and I fully understand the leadership necessary. Every single ward in the city of Tucson, as I've said lots of times, is in and of itself the largest municipality outside the city of Tucson. So your roles are important, and your support ultimately may be way more important than any collaboration we can get to a consensus. So I appreciate this opportunity, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Liz, did you want to finish the item, or Mr. Tamir, Sam, everything good?
Mayor, I'll just say, as you mentioned, the next meeting is September 5th And so more information will be forthcoming after that meeting.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Really appreciate you. Alrighty, so we move on to item 8. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees. Ms. Rosenberry.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Today, we also have informing us remotely, Andres Cano, our Intergovernmental Relations Manager. He is in Phoenix with the city manager.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. It's a pleasure to join you for this virtual update. Yolanda does have a presentation that has been sent over. I want to start with slide 1 and be able to give you a quick update on some documents that were sent earlier today to your inboxes and to your offices. If we can go to the next slide. We're going to do a very short synopsis of the state budget that was presented to you a couple of months ago when the legislature and the governor signed a bipartisan agreement to fund the fiscal year 25 budget for the year ahead. That budget totals about $16.1 billion, and I wanted to ensure that you had, if you were curious and if your constituents were curious, an idea of where your state tax dollars are going. You'll see on the presentation there that the majority of the funding is going to K-12, to access, and to corrections. But for the purposes of today's conversation, what I wanted to do a deeper dive with you on is on the next slide. That's the first slide showed you how the state spends its money. The second slide is going to show you how we are getting that money and where it comes from. As you'll see, there's a combination of sales tax, individual income tax, corporate income tax. The item that you were talking about earlier today that is reducing because of the 2.5 flat tax is the second largest portion of this slide. That's the individual income tax. It makes in the fiscal year 25 budget about 29.8% of the total revenue. And if we go to the next slide, you'll start to see the decline from the flat tax on up. So the flat tax was signed by Governor Ducey and our legislature in 2002, and you'll see that dip that immediately happened once the budget took effect. It's important to note that if we go to the next slide, there are a combination of ways that we can present this data to you, but I wanted you to also see that graph there that shows you from 2022 on up, the individual income tax, which is how we receive the urban revenue sharing from the state, is just gradually decreasing. So we'll go now to the state shared revenue and do a refresher on what the city of Tucson and all municipalities receive statewide. They participate in state shared revenues and get 4 primary ways of doing that: a vehicle license tax, highway user revenue funds, the state TPT, and the state income tax. This year's total allocation for Arizona cities and towns is going to be almost 20% less than last year's allocation to cities and towns. And so if we go to the next slide, this is consistent with what has already been shared with you, honorable mayors and council. We are expecting a decline, about $27 million this year in FY25. We have already accounted for that. However, we will continue to see a decline in state shared revenues moving forward in fiscal years 26 and 27, as the city manager mentioned, somewhere near $40 million. And for the final slide, what is important for you to know is that we, of course, as you connect with the community about this fiscal cliff that has happened as a result of less investment from a perspective of municipalities and the state shared revenue that they are receiving. We, of course, participate every single year in a coordinated strategy with the Arizona League of Cities and Towns for the legislative session. We will continue to do that. We, of course, are also beginning to speak with our legislators about the impact of the decisions that they are making on the state level that then trickle down to the municipal level. And so for the context of today's conversation, I wanted to ensure that you had a bit of a refresher of our state budget in addition to a deeper dive on state shared revenues. That is my update for today. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Yeah, it's a wonderful report. Thank you so much. Mr. Cano, any questions, comments, concerns from my colleagues on the council? Alrighty. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate you participating in the League of Cities conference. Really appreciate everything you both, Mr. Tamir and you, are doing to represent us up in Phoenix. Alrighty, with that, we're going to move with item 9. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, we move on to item 10.
Mayor, I don't
Yes.
have anything to remove. I just want you all to know that with respect to consent item D, which is the fire code adoption and local amendments, I am going to be reading into the record tonight a change to one of the subsections relating to assisted living facilities in R3 groups. The change really is just to put specific dates into the code section. As presented, it's simply referred to the effective date or 2 years from the effective date for certain requirements. Well, down the road, people won't know what the effective date of the ordinance was, so we're just going to revise it to read that any assisted living R3 that was lawfully existing on or before September 1, 2024, which is the effective date, but not in existence prior to January 1, 2004, is required to obtain the automatic extinguishing system permit not later than September 1st, 2026. So I'll read that again tonight, the full text of it. Just wanted to give you the heads up.
Thank you, Mike. Item 10, does anyone have any items for future agendas? Seeing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session begins at 5:30 p.m. The next study session will be Tuesday, September 11, 2024. Thank you all. Really appreciate the conversation. And we'll see you at 5:30. The meeting of the Public Housing Authority Board of Commissioners will be called to order. For the record, council members Lee, Fimbres, and Ulick, and City Manager Tamir will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Here.
Commissioner Dahl,
Here.
Commissioner Lee,
Here.
Commissioner Fimbres,
Here.
Commissioner Ulick,
Here.
Commissioner Martin,
Here.
Chair Romero.
Here. I'd like to, for the record, welcome Commissioner Martin to the table. Thank you so much for deciding to serve as a commissioner for our Public Housing Authority.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Alrighty, we will move on to item 2.
Housing and Community Development, Public Housing Authority Budget Approval.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 5, dated August 27th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2024-31 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2024-31 relating to the Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, reviewing and approving the public housing asset management project budgets developed for the City of Tucson as required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, for HUD fiscal year 2025, authorizing execution and delivery of HUD Form 52574 and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure? May I have a motion?
Your Honor, I move that we pass PHA 2024-31.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl,
Aye.
Commissioner Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres,
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Chair Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2024-31 passes by a vote of, how many of us? 8-0. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority, Public Housing Financial Stability Plan Update.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 6, dated August 27th, is received into and made part of the record. Ann Chineka, Director of Housing Community Development, has a brief presentation for all of us. Ann?
Yes, good evening, Chair Romero, Commissioners, and welcome Commissioner Martin. So I do have a brief presentation. This is an update to a presentation I gave to the Board of Commissioners last September. I can't believe it's been almost a year, but it is an update to our Public Housing Financial Stability Plan, or what HUD calls asset repositioning. And so to ground the conversation based on direction from you all in the past, HCD is committed to owning and expanding affordable housing options in Tucson. Currently, we own over 1,900 units of housing. Over 1,500 of those are public housing. And a challenge we're having with our public housing is the money that HUD gives us doesn't cover enough to cover operating costs, let alone the deferred maintenance needs and the capital costs that we know are needed. And so that is why when Mayor and Council directed HCD to create the housing affordability strategy, the very first policy item, we talked about really needing to invest in our public housing and really use HUD tools to make it easier. And so there are a lot of reasons why we're interested in this asset repositioning. The first and foremost is really making sure we have enough financial stability for the future. So with COVID, outside contracting costs continue to escalate, and the money we're getting from HUD has not kept pace with the costs. So for fiscal years 21, 22, and 23, we were at a loss per year of, on average, a little over $4 million. And so we've been taking that from our reserves, and so something needs to be done, or else in a few years, we will no longer have any reserves. And so there's other reasons for asset repositioning as well. It will allow us to leverage outside sources to rehabilitate some of our multifamily units. Also, we can create affordable home ownership opportunities. We'll talk about that more in a minute. We can create more affordable housing units. And then as we're rehabilitating, we can really look to add improvements that will help in terms of the climate action plan. And so last year, I talked about the overall plan, which was done from an outside consulting firm, Praxis, who does this all over the country. And I mentioned, it's okay.
Go ahead. It's not you, it's
They're
us.
telling me to wrap up. So I mentioned we'd be focused on 4 key activities this year. And so providing a quick update on those 4. The first one is Tucson House in Ward 3. We all know where that one is. That is a project we are on track. We are deep in design and implementation to be able to start a massive rehabilitation project on the Tucson House. So that one we're moving forward on track to start construction first half of next year. We also completed an evaluation of MLK Apartments downtown, and that one is one of our newest public housing sites and is actually in good condition. And somewhat surprisingly, the consultants, when they did the analysis, recommended we actually hold off on making any changes with that one. They felt like the revenue it isn't worth enough to move forward with that one right now. The third project we've been working on is Craycroft Towers. This is a multifamily site on Craycroft Road in Ward 6 near Ward 2. And that one, we have done a capital needs assessment. The draft assessment says we need about $11 to $12 million of investment into that site. We're still digging through the needs assessment to make sure all of the needs are identified in there. So I anticipate at the next Board of Commissioners meeting, I'll be able to move forward with a recommendation on that one. But the one that I want to talk more about today that we've been working on is our single-family homes. So since last year, HCD convened a scattered site working group to really advise the city on what to do with the single-family homes. That working group had representatives from nonprofits and community groups who are experts at affordable home ownership and other types of housing projects. So they got together and talked about what criteria might make sense for what to keep and what to sell, the capacity of nonprofits to help us with that work, what the phasing can and should look like. And so based on their recommendations, as well as some staff input, this is the criteria that we used to analyze the 469 single-family public housing homes. And so the bullets on here, I will read them in case you can't see them, built before 1980, in a homeowners association outside of the city of Tucson, a low opportunity score, meaning low, not many assets in the area, services, community, different community amenities that help families. Over 4 miles from a maintenance office, over a quarter mile from a transit stop. So all of these factors are things that would make us more likely to recommend selling. So based on the criteria, our current recommendation is that we plan on keeping 215 of those single-family homes to continue to rent them to low-income families. And then based on the analysis, we look to sell the 254 of them. And so really that was going through the analysis of how many of those homes have what factors. One thing you will notice, a lot of those homes are in Wards 2 and Wards 4. And so really trying to be intentional about creating affordability across the city. I wanted to mention a few things. One is this only shows single-family homes. There are multifamily affordable complexes in those wards. So for instance, in Ward 4 is CATALINA Apartments. This is in the Thrive 29th Street area. It's 140 units of subsidized housing for low-income families. And so this doesn't show the picture of what exists today in terms of affordability. The second thing is we will want to be mindful of creating new multifamily affordable housing projects along transit and really trying to make sure there is affordability across the city. And then three, as we look to sell and create affordable homeownership opportunities, really being mindful of geographic dispersion and creating opportunities across the city. One thing we did do is look to see how many are within 1 mile of the central business district. That's really because of the new state missing middle law and just wanting to be mindful of what the city owns within that 1 mile. And so wrapping up, I look at this as two different stages. One is what to do with the ones we want to keep and what to do with the ones we want to sell. I don't feel that we're quite ready to make recommendations in terms of the ones we want to sell. For those, I really want to make sure I provide the board with pros and cons of what we could do in terms of how to sell them. This gives a little preview in terms of things that we can be thinking about. We can sell to nonprofits to create homeownership opportunities. We can sell to nonprofits or developers to continue to provide rental opportunities for low-income families. HUD requires 30-year affordability condition if we go that route. We can sell the houses for proceeds to support future new affordable housing development opportunities. And we can also sell to a land trust for affordable homeownership opportunities. And these aren't mutually exclusive. We can take 50 homes and do one, 50 homes and do another, but really want to provide you with good information to make that decision. The final slide, and the thing that we do feel more prepared to make a recommendation and start moving forward, are the ones we want to keep. And so for the ones we want to keep, I will be interested in hearing if you are comfortable with us moving forward and preparing a draft application to HUD based on Board of Commissioners recommendation. The steps there, we would work with our consultant to do that application. We would host at least one resident public meeting. We would gather that information and we would come back for a formal board approval. So you'll see me again before this would actually move forward and be submitted to HUD. Once we submit that to HUD and HUD approves it, we would then look to convey the homes to the El Pueblo Housing Development, the city's nonprofit subsidiary. And then from there, that makes those homes eligible to receive a project-based voucher. And what that would mean is significantly more rent subsidy coming to operate those same homes that we already maintain and operate today. So that's the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board members? Board Member Cunningham.
First of all, it's a good step in this process, and it's good that we're being transparent and letting everybody know what's going on. I'd really like to meet with you in my office and go over some of the properties in Ward 2. And it sounds like we have multiple strategies and multiple tracks. And so I really want to get some specificity on each of those tracks and how we move that process forward. I think there's opportunity for different folks with different needs. And we have a diversified way that families are in need. We have a different way that there are also some folks that aren't really in need necessarily, but they are looking for some opportunity, and empowering them would be very, very excellent. So I'd like to meet with your team and talk about some of the things in Ward 2, for sure.
Okay.
I too believe that we definitely should not, we should really think through how we're going to balance the affordable housing availability within the entire city. I know that HUD is looking at ways to diversify and not concentrate low-income communities into one area. So I really want to make sure that families that need affordable housing can go anywhere in the city. So I'm gonna push on that, and I'm gonna continue pushing on that to make sure that we're making we're taking balanced approach to the areas of the city that, you know, a low-income family belongs everywhere in our city. Board Member Santa Cruz, and if there's any other questions, it looks like Board Member Ulick as well.
And so I see in this strategy, phase 2 is like a menu of options for the homes to sell. Who would be putting recommendations of, you know, the number of homes that should be sold to a nonprofit or a land trust or for, you know, market rate?
Yeah, Commissioner Santa Cruz, so my goal is to provide the board with pros and cons and have you all really think through. It's up to you all in terms of that strategy and that decision making forward, but we'll provide you with as much information we can to really help inform that recommendation.
Yeah, because I think just to like piggyback off of what the mayor, Commissioner Romero said, what's your Chair Romero? That I think it's been a priority for us to keep housing affordable throughout our community. And I think what gets us there is something more like a land trust model for these homes that will provide home ownership throughout the city. So that would be my preference, but we also know there's capacity, you know, needs to be able to do that. So I just want to figure out how we can creatively get there.
And Commissioner Ulick?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ann, for the presentation and for the meeting prior to this. It's so important, and I so appreciate looking at our housing stock and also making sure that we're acknowledging limitations in our ability to really adequately maintain the full breadth of inventory that we have at this point, given the resources from HUD. Because I know the mayor and council is committed to creating affordable housing in a range of opportunities, and also making sure that the public housing within our own management is quality housing, safe and affordable and quality housing. And so consolidating and looking at the inventory in this way, I think is super important and a really good step in the right direction. So I'll look forward to further analysis as that becomes available.
Any others? All righty, hearing none, then I believe we need to go to a roll call. Oh, there's a motion?
I thought I already made the motion.
Is it just,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yolanda.
Would it be to accept the stability plan update and go with your recommendation?
So we need a motion to move forward with a public housing financial stability plan.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and I just want to ask, there's still decisions that need to be
Exactly.
made, but this particular plan is to move ahead with the strategic steps that you're talking about.
Yep. So specifically, we will prepare an application based on those 215, so we can start the process of turning those to vouchers. In the future, should you want to keep any of those 256, we can do another application to HUD, but this would just focus on that 215 we know we want to keep, and we can try to get revenue in sooner than later to support those sites.
Okay, perfect. So there's a motion and a second, and we do need to go to roll call to vote on this.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Commissioner Martin?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. The motion to move forward with the Public Housing Financial Stability Plan passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 4.
Monthly board report.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 7, dated August 27th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I believe we need a roll call.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres,
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick,
Aye.
Chair Romero.
Aye. The motion to approve the monthly board report passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 5.
Approval of minutes.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 8 dated August 27th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of April 9th, 2024 and May 21st, 2024?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mm.
Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Dahl,
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres,
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham, Commissioner Lee,
Aye.
Chair Romero.
Aye. The motion to approve the minutes of the April 29th, 2024 and May 21st, 2024 meetings passed by a vote of 8-0. Item 6,
Adjournment.
the meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. Commissioner Martin, thank you so much for volunteering to do this work.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Let me
Mm.
Alrighty, council will now stand in session. For the record, Councilmember Lee, Fimbres, Ulick, and City Manager Tamir will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Vice Mayor Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here, present.
Mick Ulick. She's on. Mick Ulick.
Here. Sorry, here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Just waiting to boot up. Thank you, Mayor. Arizona open meeting laws provide that members of the public may, of course, attend and listen to the proceeding during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance and the observation of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct to interrupt persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupt the discussions of the mayor and council themselves. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and/or recess the meeting itself. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the person who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. And as a final note, just be aware that interfering with or preventing a lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Before we go, we did that. Item 2,
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
the invocation will be given by Pastor Larry Munguia from the Sober Project, and after the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, well, good afternoon, everybody. Senor Fimbres, I hope you're feeling better, my friend, and Miss Karen, it's always a pleasure. Polly. Miss Mayor, I gotta say something here. You guys know I don't do politics, but I was flipping through the TV the other day, and I saw this vision of Tucson, and I was proud to be a Tucsonan. I was proud that my ancestors' bones are buried in this valley. Senora, you did a great job, and thank you for representing this city. If you're all so inclined, why don't we bow our heads, shall we? Thank you, Lord. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for who you are. I just ask you that you would invite our mayor and city council and all that are out here making decisions and choices for our city, that they would come to you, Lord. They would come to you for counsel, for wisdom, for knowledge, for peace, for serenity. That you, Lord, would be in the middle of their lives. And that they would come to you, and the choices that they make would glorify you and continue to make this city of Tucson a shining jewel in your crown. So, Lord, I ask you that you bless this city, you bless our leaders, and we ask you in your son's name. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks again, guys. Much love. See you next time. Take care. You're doing a great job.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Pastor. All right. Thank you. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 248, dated August 27th, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report?
So moved.
There is a motion. There's a second. So this is a motion to approve the appointment of Thomas Hayes to the Tucson Pima County Joint Consolidated Code Committee, and the reappointment of Janet Fisher to the Public Art and Community Design Committee, as well as the reappointments of Burton Wright Jr., Daniel Matlick, Elliot Berg, James Palmer, and Mark Favara to the Fire Code Review Committee, reappointments of Zaida Livier and Suzette Jimenez to the City Magistrates Merit Selection Commission. I would like to thank you all for your willingness to serve the city of Tucson in your role as appointees to these commissions. Is there any discussion about these appointments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? All right, seeing none, we go on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 234, dated August 27th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Councilmember Fimbres, and then we'll see if the others that are online have any comments, and then we'll come to the table. Councilmember
Thank you,
Fimbres.
Madam Mayor. I want to congratulate you on being Tucson's first Latina mayor on center stage. You did a great job representing our city, and we were very proud of you. I want to welcome Captain Dominic Flores and the new command staff assigned to TPD ODS. We look forward to working with you as we assist our residents. On a personal note, I'd like to wish my son, Joseph Fimbres, a happy birthday. We are proud of you. God bless you. Lastly, we'd like to send our deepest condolences to Council Member Lane Santa Cruz for the passing of her father, Francisco. Such a prayer with you at this time, Lane. God bless you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
All righty. Any others that are online with us? Councilmember Ulick, Councilwoman Lee? All righty.
None
So, thank you. We'll start over here. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Your Honor. Three quick announcements. A group of individuals have formed a new nonprofit group called Friends of Ward 3. They will be working with neighborhood associations, with nonprofits, with other things happening in the ward to help with funding and support. If anybody's interested in helping, there's positions on the board and on the advisory board, or you might just want to learn more about it. There's information in the Ward 3 newsletter. I want to point out, as school is starting, if any students in Tucson, you need a student ID for this, elementary through high school, need help with technology, with computing, software, that sort of thing, there's a great nonprofit called We Care Tucson that will help you out. And they're having some workshops coming up. Look them up. On September 13th, the Tucson We Care cleanup group is going to be in the Dodge Flower neighborhood, 8 to 10 a.m. Again, information at Ward 3 if you want to come join us and help clean up the community in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cunningham?
We're starting up Wednesday Hoops again. That's a middle school program. We have several of our school districts, their middle schools get out an hour early on Wednesdays, so teachers go to professional development. What we set up was a program that's free on the east side in collaboration with the Tucson Buckets, our semi-pro team. It's at Jesse Owens Park. We bring out a scoreboard, some light supervision, and snacks. And it's for middle school age students to play pickup basketball, kind of learn the rules and responsibility. The dates are August 28th, September 4th, 11th, 18th, and 25th at Corey Williams Court at Jesse Owens Park. We're planning on expanding this to another park as soon as the court's ready, so more to come, but thank you. On a more personal note, I want to congratulate my staff member, Ted Przelski. He was elected as a national board member, a national trustee of the National Writers Union.
Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Hi, yes, Mayor. This coming Friday, August 30th at 6 p.m., Fuga's having their monthly bicicleteada, which is the last Friday of the month. It's a free event sponsored by our office, Saguaro National Park, and Tugo Bike Share. We invite everyone to bring their bike for a night ride. The event starts at the El Pueblo Center at 101 West Irvington Road. And then on Sunday, September 8th, we have our second Sunday ride out of the Ward 1 office, BCC Burros. It's a morning ride through Ward 1's west side neighborhoods, which also comes with complimentary free burritos from Los Jarritos. The ride begins at the Ward 1 office, 940 West Alameda at 8 a.m. And then on Monday, September 9th at 4:30, our Ward 1 office will offer its bi-monthly bike check. It's a free service sponsored by Fuga to the community where we have a bike mechanic do minor bike repairs such as evaluations, fixing flats, lubing gears and chains, seat adjustments, free lights, and referrals for major work if needed. And this is at the Ward 1 office from 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Lastly, I hadn't been able to be at a meeting earlier this month. My dad, Francisco Santa Cruz, went on to be with Spirit World. We held his services last Friday. My dad was somebody who would commit wholeheartedly to everything that he did. I always said that he didn't belong to us, to his family, to his kids, that he belonged to his church. He's almost over 30 years of being a pastor at a church in South Tucson. Aside from me being the person that I am today because of his example. He taught me the cruelty of capitalism and how for rich people to exist, poor people needed to be exploited. When I was 18, he took me to Ciudad Mexico because he wanted to make sure that I had an understanding of our indigenous ancestry and for me to always feel proud to know where I came from. He was a great abuelo. He learned to change diapers with my kids because when we were kids, he never changed diapers. But having grandkids, changes you. His legacy is the way he committed himself to his work, the ways that he showed up with love, being of service, being centered in his faith and showing forgiveness. It's gonna be a difficult journey ahead, not having my attachment figure, but te amo, Dad, hasta la victoria siempre. Te llevaré como un sello en mi corazón, como un tatuaje en mi brazo, porque fuerte como la muerte es el amor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. That was beautiful. A beautiful tribute to your father, and I'm so sorry for your loss. I don't have any current events, so we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 235, dated August 27th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to also add my condolences to Councilmember Santa Cruz. It was a beautiful ceremony on Friday, and the love of the community for your father was evident at that ceremony. Just a couple of quick highlights. Our Office of Equity was recently honored with ESRI's Special Achievement in GIS, or SAG Award, for our innovative Tucson Equity Data Strategy. Essentially, that was an award recognizing that equity work in Tucson is first and foremost, and by creating that Tucson Equity Data Strategy, we are able to assure that we're fostering a more equitable, inclusive future for our community by making sure that equity is at the forefront in our decision-making processes. So kudos to our Chief Equity Officer, Laurice Walker, and her team. Tucson Water was recently selected by the Alliance for Water Efficiency as the recipient of the 2024 Excellence in Equity Award. So a little bit of a theme emerging there about the equity being first and foremost among us. Tucson Water was selected for offering a wide variety of conservation incentives that address low-income community needs and maintaining long-standing relationships with community partners that offer plumbing assistance for the Tucson community. Also recognized was the City Storm to Shade program and Tucson Clean and Beautiful's Green Stormwater Infrastructure Mini Grants program. So a lot of great news there for two of our key functions. And then finally, some good news for the business community. For our Planning and Development Services Department, under the leadership of Christina Swallow, is making getting permits easier with a new tool. The PDSD recently launched an innovative decision tree designed to direct customers to the correct permit type before they apply. That doesn't sound too innovative, but believe me, it is. Knowing where to go and navigation is important. So it's integrated into Tucson Development Center Online. It's the TDC Online Navigator, and it's aimed to enhance the process and the customer experience by simplifying the permit application process. So we welcome you all to take advantage of that new tool and the continued reform of how we go about being a good partner to the business community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 233, dated August 27th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 3 new licenses and 8 special event applications. All applications are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 through 5B3 and 5C1 through 5C8 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 6,
Call to the audience.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any speakers at this moment?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay. Alrighty, Sarah Linares.
Hello, my name is Sarah Linares, and I am a concerned parent.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I don't know what's happening on our end, but we're gonna give you your complete 3 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Hold on just a second. Why is it beeping?
It's the revolt of the machine.
Okay, I'll time it another way.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Sarah Linares, and I am a concerned parent whose 2-year-old daughter attends daycare at the Children's Center. This daycare is located on the northeast side of 22nd and Swan. I believe it's Ward 6. Daycare staff inform me that the homeless situation has been an ongoing issue there. However, during these past few weeks, I have noticed things firsthand, and it has become increasingly out of control. Homeless individuals are jumping over the fence into the daycare where the children play. They are leaving needles and other drug paraphernalia behind. When I dropped my daughter off this morning, I was told to wait outside, not to drop her off, and wait because a homeless man was there and was refusing to leave the area. There were several other parents out there with their children as well. I was late to work. There have been several other recent instances where staff try to wake them up to remove them from the premises, and they are seemingly unresponsive, but eventually come to and leave on their own time when they are good and ready. They're clearly using drugs. They have also entered the daycare in the middle of the day, and daycare staff have had to put the daycare on lockdown until they leave. Not only are the children unsafe, but the staff who are interacting with the homeless population there are unsafe as well. They are known to be aggressive and belligerent more oftentimes than not. They are not in their right mind, and this makes for an extremely dangerous and unsafe environment for all. Approximately 1 week ago, I observed a homeless man standing up against the window right outside of my daughter's classroom. He was playing with his genitals and removing clothing. I have had several calls. I've made several calls to the police, but they don't respond. I was informed that a no trespassing order was filed through the courts, but with little to no response from the police, this serves no purpose. In addition, the gates and fencing are low, and the church next door who owns the property advised that they do not currently have funding to raise the fencing. Their way of addressing this is to have their maintenance worker come in early in the morning to remove the homeless from where the kids actively play. This is not his job, nor is he trained on how to do a proper sweep and search of the children's play area. I'm not the only parent who is worried and concerned that one of our children will one day find drugs and needles that were left behind. I do not want a child who attends this daycare to end up on the news because not enough was done. I understand that programs are being created for the homeless population in our city, but that is not enough. I suggest possibly allocating funds and creating a grant from the city to assist small business owners with building walls or barriers that keep the homeless out of their place of business. We need immediate action. Something needs to be done to tackle this issue sooner rather than later. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Ms. Linares, we can connect you to Mari Vasquez, who coordinates these types of efforts for unsheltered homeless communities and especially related to crime. So we have your number, you included it here. We're gonna make sure that we connect you to Mari so that we can find a long-term solution to this concern.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Thank you for coming to speak to us.
Mayor Romero,
Council Member Ulick.
thank you. And Sarah, thank you. I know that you were in our office this morning and that Dora also is following up, and just wanted to reiterate that the Ward 6 staff will continue to work with you and those property owners in follow-up as well. So thank you again for alerting us and for your vigilance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patrick DiConcini.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for all of your service. I'm here tonight to just speak in support of the half-cent proposed sales tax increase. I'm the managing partner for 4D Properties. We do commercial real estate here in Tucson and Phoenix and some other areas. And I can say as a business owner and someone that has oversight of properties all across Tucson, this is something that's needed. We need to increase the funding for our police. We need to increase the funding for our fire department. And we also need to increase the funding for our road improvements. We've seen a lot of great improvements on the roads in the last couple years, and what a difference it makes when you drive down Tucson Boulevard, the part that's been repaved. It's a happy day, and we need more of that. And I know that the city is struggling with a budget deficit, largely due to the fact that the funds from the state have been cut. The flat tax that was passed ended up leaving the state with a huge shortfall. And that meant that all of the cities across the state are struggling to find the money necessary to do the necessary things for our community. So I applaud you in pursuing that effort. I wish it was a full cent instead of a half a cent, but I understand that that's probably where you've come down as the proper amount. I respect that, but I hope that you will hold firm and please push that to the voters, and I hope that it is passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeConcini. Our next speaker is Robert Royce.
We have a one-party government in our city for one reason. The voters have consistently rejected Republican candidates because the only principle they have left is intolerance. I don't believe in one-party government. I've seen too much bad things come from it in Mexico and my home city of Chicago, my former home city of Chicago. So I have a partisan petition to put a new party on the ballot next year. My clock's not working. And I have inserted the name Jefferson so everyone fully understands, yes, this is a financial responsibility party, but we don't do intolerance. And the word Jefferson appearing here should scare off most of the intolerant people, but if not, I will make it clear that anyone who wants to participate in this new party needs to check their intolerance at the door. All will arrange themselves under the will of the law and unite in common efforts for the common good. All too will bear in mind this sacred principle that though the will of the majority is always to be respected to prevail, for that will to be rightful, it must be reasonable. That the minority also possesses their equal rights, which equal laws must protect, and to violate would be oppression. Jefferson wrote these words waiting for the Congress to be certify his election as president. He died on July 4th, 1826, and Andrew Jackson became president, took over his party, kicked the Jeffersonians out, and starting with the Trail of Tears and extremely disrespectful treatment of our native peoples, we had 30 more years of slavery, 100 years of Jim Crow. We had a drug war specifically engineered.
30 seconds.
30 seconds is specifically engineered to exploit Mexican Americans and African Americans. All of this in total contradiction of a principle which Mr. Jefferson called sacred. So we've had all these bad things come from our disrespect for Mr. Jefferson's sacred principle. What I want to know is what happens when we start to respect it. What can we build? What kind of world can we build? In any case, I have until the 29th of November to file this petition, and I would
Time is up,
appreciate some
Joe.
help. Thank you very much.
Time is up. Thank you, Robert. Jonathan Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, Council, I'm not a retained speaker. I'm a native Tucsonan resident. Tucson Electric Power's time has come and gone. The $1.6 billion 2022 annual revenue they earned has come with improvements far too late. They agreed to spend $30 to $50 million over the next 10 years. So let's be generous and say $50 million in 10 years. That's $5 million annually for upgrades. They still take $320 for every dollar applied to overdue upgrades to obsolete equipment that's been in place for 50 years by their admission. RTA Next projection for the safety and active transportation element given in today's open study session defines $45 million in pedestrian and bikeway improvements, two-way separated bikeway and walking in neighborhoods and major streets citywide can eliminate TEP murder poles on the same right-of-way and pay for citywide undergrounding. TEP must not dictate the next 50 years for our undergrounding and Living Streets Alliance goals. The next item I would like to speak on is the deceptive mining projects by for-profit Copper World and South 32 Hermosa Incorporated. They seek precious metals profits while suggesting strategic metals and copper production as lofty goals. Massive silicosis and toxic metals are their gift to us, as long as ADEQ will continually ignore its mission statement to protect the air, water, and land purity. Mayor and Council, I'd implore you to demand the same Q&A and public comment gatherings here in Tucson for both projects separately.
30 seconds.
Like Corona de Tucson and Patagonia received. Airborne lead, cadmium, and zinc tailings will continually threaten Greater Tucson and surrounding southern communities with youth and elderly significant mortality and morbidity as epidemiological genocide. You can look that into as Google search. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra. Scott Hancock.
Can you hear me all right? My name is Scott Hancock. I'm a resident of Tucson. I'm not a paid speaker. Thank you for your time today. I want to offer my sincere congratulations and excitement on picking a partner for the energy sources study. EES Consulting is very accomplished and brings a lot to the table, so they all really landed on a good one. What I'd really like to know is, what are our plans for what to do with the results, though? We already know that municipalization is so expensive it's not feasible. We already know microgrids are restricted in the state thanks to CCES's research. We've already seen this ACC undermine community solar's promise. And we already know that community choice energy will be the most promising solution to come out of this study. So again, what do we plan to do with that? Don't get me wrong, I understand it's a tool in political strategy. We'll end up using it as leverage to bolster an argument for action. But November is just around the corner. And we have what might shape out to be the most important federal election in our lives coming up. But even closer to home, we have an election in danger of being forgotten in that national uproar. So respectfully, I challenge you with this. What can all of you here do to promote the Arizona Corporation Commission elections, which might be more directly impactful to Arizonans than any other? Our summers are hotter, our people are dying, and the solutions that could save us are inaccessible because of a 5-member electable body holding our energy future hostage. Every heat-related death is preventable, yet we've seen over 70 in Pima County so far this summer. Even a simple, nonpartisan message to make sure to fill out the entire ballot or to start from the bottom and work your way up, that would be great. But something more direct like vote for 3 for the ACC would both build awareness and educate people. I've been working with a small group of about 30 or so volunteers to educate the public on the ACC. We hope this will lead to getting the policies passed that we need to fully implement our climate action plan. For the ACC, the difference in down ballot drop-off between the two parties is very stark. This means that a simple message with reach can make a huge impact. There are people doing this work, but we don't have the same reach as you. So please ask your constituents to vote for 3 candidates for the ACC this summer. We have materials to support if that would help. I look forward to your future newsletters, and I thank you for all the good work that you've brought our city. Councilmember Santa Cruz, my sincere condolences. It was wonderful to see you representing us in DC, Madam Mayor, and thank you, and I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hancock. Ben Lucero.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Ben Lucero. I'm the president of Ashby Local 905, representing hardworking blue-collar employees of the city of Tucson. I come before you tonight to address an urgent matter that threatens the safety of both our workers and residents we serve. It has come to our attention that the city's Housing and Community Development Department has been mandating housing maintenance technicians to perform wellness checks in city-owned facilities. Checks that should be handled by trained emergency medical personnel. This practice not only circumvents the established 911 EMS protocols, but also puts unqualified workers in situations where they are forced to make life and death decisions without the necessary training. Imagine a worker whose job is to fix plumbing and repair heating systems, suddenly finding themselves responsible for assessing a potential emergency. They are not trained for this. They are not prepared for this. Yet this is exactly what is happening, placing our workers in harm's way and delaying critical medical care for those who need it. Tonight I'm presenting a petition signed by the workers across the department who are demanding to end this reckless practice. We are calling on the council to take immediate action to stop the abuse of our foundational working rights and to restore the integrity of our city's emergency response system. This issue isn't just about our workers, it's about the safety and well-being of the residents in these facilities. We have a duty to ensure that every citizen in there receives the right care at the right time. And that starts with following the proper protocols and respecting the roles of our emergency medical services. I urge you, as our elected leaders, to investigate these improprieties and to ensure that no city worker is ever placed in this position again. Let us work together to protect our citizens and uphold the standards that every Tucson resident deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucero. Mr. Manager, can we make sure that we look into this practice and have it corrected?
Yes, Mayor, we'll investigate that immediately.
Thank you. Giselle Mondine.
Hello, my name is Giselle Mondu. I'm here in regards, I'm just representing myself. I'm here in regards to the proposed rezoning. It looks like it's item 10, the rezoning on Catalina and 2nd. I live on Catalina, so I just wanted to bring to your attention some of the impacts to the neighborhood from someone that lives there. The property owner, just for quick background, the property owner owns 2 separate parcels, which each parcel has 2 small homes on it. Each home is like a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. He's proposing to rezone each parcel into 2 separate parcels, which would result into 4 separate lots, each with a single home. In between these 2 parcels is a separately owned small home. I oppose the rezoning based on the negative impact that could potentially arise from the rezoning. The owner has indicated his purpose for rezoning is for retirement planning and estate planning. So he intends, what he has said, he intends to sell the properties or to have his children inherit them. But nothing is preventing him from selling the parcels as is, as 2 parcels as is, and using that as his retirement plan. The reason I oppose this mainly is the negative impact that potentially could arise, that given the preliminary development plan, he does not have to actually say what his plans are. He could say, well, I have no plans to build, and then 2 months after the rezoning, go, well, never mind. Actually, let me just bulldoze this house, put in a duplex, and then because he has 2 properties side by side, he can put in another duplex right next to it, resulting in basically 2 apartment complexes. I did speak with Gabriel Slater in the planning development office, and he did assure me that there were conditions that would prevent him from doing that. But it's our concern in the neighborhood that the property owner could, if this rezoning goes forward, bulldoze, change the character of the neighborhood, increase traffic. And I think the main point is that he's not an owner occupant, so he does not live on the street and would not feel those negative impacts. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mondew. Margaret McKenna?
Good. Hello, my name's Margaret McKenna. Thank you for representing us. You did a great job. My condolences to you, Ms. Santa Cruz. I'm here to speak about opposing the redistricting in our area. This redistricting is going to separate all our barrios that are historically there. And it just doesn't make sense to us because even from what I've read, the redistricting will cut my neighborhood, Barrio Hollywood, also split it up into 2 barrios, 1 district, and that's not what we want. Because there's so much gentrification that would also cause more gentrification where the people in limited income, as myself, with the 5th generation in the same neighborhood, in the same house, housing would be unaffordable for us and we would lose our house like it happened in El Convento in that area. The outsiders that are buying our property for nothing, it's going to force everybody, it's just going to outsource our neighborhood and it's going to go up. So I really would like the city council to actually think about it because it would be destroying our neighborhoods and our barrios, the unity that we have in our barrios. I know we've been accused of having nothing but misogynist men in Barrio Hollywood, but that's not the truth. We have very proud, hardworking men. And so we really would like, hopefully this is not a political move, which I think it is, but I would like to ask the council to reconsider and stop this this redistricting, because the only reason I'm here is because we in Barrio Hollywood really don't get information about what mayor and council are going to be discussing with regards to our area. Okay, we always hear it secondhand from other neighborhoods away from the west side, because
30
no one is
seconds.
there in Ward 1 to answer our calls. You guys all got a raise, and we still have no representation in Ward 1. So I thank you, and I'd like to let you guys know that I'm back. I had stage 4 cancer, but I'm cancer-free, and I'm back. So I'll be here. Thank you.
Good news. Just for clarification, because I do notice that there's another speaker wanting to speak of redistricting. Mr. Attorney, what is it that we're approving today?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, everyone in the audience, the item on tonight's agenda is to comply with the charter and code requirements that under which in any potential redistricting year, and 2024 is a potential redistricting year under our charter provisions, that the mayor and council appoint the redistricting committee to meet and talk about it. However, as pointed out in the mayor and council communication that was included in the agenda materials, given the low percentage of population deviation among the wards currently, there will be no redistricting required in this cycle.
And the map that we have is the current map of the wards.
That's correct.
Okay. Donald Tillman?
I'm a resident of Tucson, and I'm not a paid speaker. I don't want to come here, first of all. I just want you to know that. The first thing I'm supposed to talk about is, I told you about the signs before. God's trying to get you to come into a covenant agreement because there's going to be gross darkness in the United States. Times and seasons, you've seen the epidemic and the pandemic 100 years apart. The Depression is coming, just like it was in 1929. It's coming the same way. God's trying to use Tucson as a sanctuary city. He wants Tucson to be a light in the darkness. So what you can do as you're the queen here, like God uses kings and queens, he turns their head, he makes them, he gives them messages. And this is I'm a watchman trying to give you a warning that the darkness is coming, and have food, dry, perishable, non-perishables, rice, beans, things like that, to keep your people alive. The thing is with this is, and other people can be kept alive too by Tucson, and this if you do these things, because God is sending correction to the United States because he thinks it's Babylon. It is out of control right now, and he loves the United States because we take care of Israel. People don't like that, but he does. And he doesn't want to destroy the United States. He wants to correct it. And my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Patrick McKenna?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. First of all, I want to express my condolences to you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. And thank you for sharing those beautiful words about your father. I really appreciate that. And you all know me. We've known each other for years, and I just sincerely want to ask you to consider, instead of rough proportionality, to consider the voting block that exists now when we're talking about redistricting that's approaching. I thought I heard the city attorney say it wouldn't be necessary this cycle. So I'm not sure if a redistricting committee is going to be appointed. I was specifically concerned with some of the language in item J here, as it pertains to relating to the duties and functions of the committee, and also in the second paragraph, relating to the factors and objectives of the committee's review of redistricting options. I just wanted to know what that meant, what factors and objectives we were changing, if that had to do with rough proportionality or not. The way I see it, I mean, we hear that we're a majority minority city, but we have 2 minority people on the council, but we're forgetting about our mayor. It's not 2 out of 6, it's actually 3 out of 7. So that's actually a little bit better, not by much, but don't forget about our mayor. She also represents our city. It's not like there's only 2 minorities up on the dais. I bring up again, why is there no discussion of the African-American community? Because we still have no representation on the city council level. But I would encourage you to look into that rather than try to create another majority ward. And really, I don't know how that doesn't undermine Mr. Dahl, because if we're talking about any ward that would even come close, it would be Ward 3. And I just don't understand if we were to move forward with a policy like that, where we're actively trying to create a Ward 3 that's minority majority, how that doesn't undermine the current constituents of Ward 3 that elected
30
Mr. Dahl.
seconds.
So I do thank you. I do want to tell you sincerely, you all know me. I want to thank you, Councilman Cunningham, specifically, for always being a very solid guy and keeping it very real. You've always done what you've said you were going to do, and I do appreciate you for that. And I wanted to publicly acknowledge you for that. You know, I do appreciate you all, Mayor and Council, for making the right decision 2 years ago on redistricting and voting the way that you did. Thank you.
Mr. McKenna, we can always give you information on if the meetings are going to happen, but by law, we have to create and appoint a redistricting commission. So we will keep all of you informed on any meetings. Alrighty, Anthony? And Anthony will be our last speaker.
Hello, everybody. I just want to say my condolences to Councilmember Lane Santa Cruz. I'm also here in opposition of the redistricting. Everybody probably doesn't know the history behind Barrio Sovaco, or now it's El Rio. Back in the 70s, 60s, all the stuff that went on there. Our barrios are united in Ward 1, at least on the west side. We've had 2 neighborhood associations come up just this year because so much stuff is going on with political stuff. Anyways, that's why we're here today. And I just want you guys to know that we're more united than you guys will ever know today. We're getting more stronger. People are listening more. They're being more participant. We don't want to see Jollyville or Silvercroft, Sovaco, Hollywood split up. We're all together on this. We start in Barrio Sin Nombre, so the whole west side, we're gonna keep with each other and show our support for each other. I just want to let you guys know that, and we feel the same way, down with the redistricting. We understand that you guys got to come up with a commission. We'd ask that you guys appoint people from the neighborhood to be on that commission or have complete transparency to the barrios of the west side. I think that's all I got to say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Item 7.
Consent agenda.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read consent agenda items.
On the evening's agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an intergovernmental agreement with the University of Arizona for the provision of mutually beneficial educational and training services. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima Community College for the provision of mutually beneficial educational and training services at the city's Public Safety Training Academy. Item D is Tucson Fire Code Amendment, adoption of the 2024 edition of the International Fire Code with local amendments creating the City of Tucson 2024 Fire Code, thus replacing the current 2018 Fire Code. And I think Mr. Rankin has some corrections to be read into the record.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. As I mentioned during the study session, I do have a revision to read into the record on the local amendment, and it is for section 903.2.8.1.1. It'll be revised to read as follows. Existing group R3, comma, assisted living. Any assisted living R3 that was lawfully existing on or before September 1, 2024, but that was not in legal existence prior to January 1, 2004, is required to obtain a fire automatic extinguishing system permit not later than September 1, 2026, and is required to complete the approved installation of that system within 1 year of securing that permit. Thank you.
Okay. Item E is Housing and Community Development, acceptance of resident opportunity for self-sufficiency grant awarded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Item F is a financial participation agreement with Community Home Repair Projects of Southern Arizona, CHIRPA, and Tucson Clean and Beautiful Trees for Tucson for fiscal year 2024-25. Item G is an intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Administration Access for federal matching funds for access to professional service initiative, APSI, at Tucson Medical Center for the period October 1, 2024 through September 30th, 2025. Item H is Human Services Department, mandatory retirement age and submitter for extension. Item I is a grant agreement with the Arizona Attorney General's Office for the Victims' Right Program for fiscal year 2025. Item J is ward redistricting, creating the 2024 Redistricting Advisory Committee, naming its members, extending its deadline to file written recommendations to mayor and council, and amending Tucson Code Section 10A-44 relating to the duties and functions of the committee.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve the matters on the consent agenda item. Are there any discussion points for this? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Oh, I had discussion, Your Honor. Only on what all the speakers came up about. It's my understanding we're not making any alterations for the next cycle, and there's a whole process. The other piece I wanted to mention was that I think this process is something we do every single cycle, and the parameters we laid out, most of the parameters we laid out are for the administrative side. So that's how I read it. I'm not looking to. We all heard what my colleague said this week, and I think that's where we all kind of feel right now. We've got it. I agree with the sentiments.
All righty, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres? Mr. Fimbres? Oh, he said aye.
I think he's on
You're
mute.
muted.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing, bingo, license, American Legion, Tucson Post 36 Foundation.
City Manager's Communication Number 250 dated August 27th is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to take formal action on a bingo license application for American Legion Tucson Post 36 Foundation. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city or not, whom you are representing, and whether you are a paid speaker. Is there any cards?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone in the audience that are wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So move on, Mayor, move to close the public hearing.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23810 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23810, relating to City Clerk, approval of bingo license application for American Legion Tucson Post 36 Foundation.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt resolution number 23810.
I second it.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this matter? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mick Sulik.
Aye.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23810 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 9.
Zoning, TP-ENT-00124-00002, Desert Bloom Dispensary, Speedway Boulevard, C2 Marijuana Dispensary, ordinance adoption, special exception in Ward 6.
City Manager's Communication Number 242, dated August 27th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request for approval of a special exception land use to allow for a marijuana dispensary. The site is located at 5851 East Speedway Boulevard and includes an existing multi-tenant commercial building comprised of 5 suites. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the rezoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Ari Rubin. I'm the Director of Relief Brands and Desert Bloom Relief Center, which I founded in 2013. We've been operating at that East 22nd Street location for the last 11 years. And we're anxious with the advent of recreational marijuana and a larger patient population coming through our doors to have a bigger site. You're in possession of the staff's recommendation and information, details about what we're going to do there, so I won't bore you with that, but I do want to tell you a little bit about myself and my team. I'm local. I have family here in town. My kids and grandkids are here. We're committed to running a responsible operation. There was some opposition from a church across the street, and we're committed to being good neighbors to them. We have security personnel and a lot of infrastructure that's mandated by the state of Arizona. It's a very heavily regulated program, as I think you know, that's enabled the city to take a fairly hands-off approach in terms of the details of the regulation. But we have panic buttons on site. We have alarm systems to prevent unauthorized access or diversion of any kind of controlled substance. And I'm very proud to say that the proposed site is a building that was owned by my grandfather and his partner, who operates the carpet store next door for about the last 45, 50 years. It was Ford Restaurant Supply when I was a kid, and I was always fond of going there and visiting my grandfather. So we're proud to revitalize the neighborhood. It's going to be a significant capital investment that we'll make into the property. And I believe it will help improve the homeless issues and the drug issues that are kind of slowly encroaching east across Craycroft and down into our neck of the woods there at 5851 East Speedway. I'm I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about what we
I
propose to
just
do
have
there.
one question. Thank you so much for your presentation. But the one question we have is, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
The proposed requirements, can you tell me
By
what
the
those
zoning
are?
examiner, by the zoning examiner.
Yeah, absolutely. We intend to have a right turn only out of our main parking lot on the north side of the building in order to minimize impact on the neighborhood to our north. And all of the proposed requirements that were part of the recommendation and the package that you received are acceptable to me.
All righty, thank you, sir. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12116 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12116 relating to zoning, a special exception land use marijuana dispensary, TP-ENT 0124-0002, Desert Bloom Dispensary, East Speedway Boulevard, located at 5851 East Speedway Boulevard at the intersection of Speedway Boulevard and Sahara Avenue, approving the conditions, the construction of a marijuana dispensary in the C2 zone, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor Romero?
Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. I did want to note for colleagues, and I'm sure all of us are on high alert because initially there were quite a number of protests in the area, and in reviewing all the materials from the zoning examiner and the process, I do believe that the conditions outlined, address the concerns that we can address here. So I'm going to move for approval. I did want to ask the applicant if I could, would it be possible for him to return to the mic?
Yes, he's on his way.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask, in terms of your contact with neighbors and folks in and around the area, what are your plans for continued engagement with your neighbors?
We had a public meeting on site to begin the special exemption process, and I was invited by Father Brian, who operates the church to our northeast, and I've had contact with him. We have each other's cell phone numbers. Their parishioners and the pastor himself had expressed concern about the vagrant population, the drug use. Their concerns are in regard to basically open air drug markets, public consumption, people diverting medication to children or others that aren't supposed to have it. It's not something that happens. We have security personnel that patrol the perimeter of our parking lots and our facilities. We have security cameras that also capture video surveillance of the same, and we're committed to not allowing that sort of behavior to take place. I am more than willing. The church members had mentioned being afraid to go outside when they were on site alone, and I told them, if you have a problem, we have big, burly, and very capable security personnel that are happy to come, make a phone call, and we'll come over and help to diffuse the situation. We want to be a good neighbor and to minimize any sort of impact. And I believe, I'll just mention again, I believe that the regulation crafted by the state of Arizona has largely done a good job citywide and across the state of mitigating those sorts of issues. Did that answer your question?
Thank you so much. It did. And I recently met with TPD and was reviewing crime patterns associated with different types of business licenses, and dispensaries are not one of the businesses that pops up as seeming to be a crime magnet. And I think your point is well taken. It's a highly regulated type of establishment, and I hear your commitment to work with the neighbors and to really leverage the security and controls that you'll have in place to help with neighborhood security. So I do appreciate that very much. Thank you. With that, I move that we pass and adopt ordinance number 12116.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Cunningham.
I'm very familiar with the area. I grew up in the area. We have a number of different issues up and down, but there are multiple other businesses that are causing this issue. Matter of fact, activating this property will probably improve the situation, so I'm going to support the motion.
Ready, any others? We need to go to roll call.
Mick Sulik,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl,
Aye.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance number 12116 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10.
Zoning, TPENT 0424-00011, Catalina and Second LLC, North Catalina Avenue, R1 to R2, City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication number 243, dated August 27th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone 2 residential parcels approximately at 0.52 acres from R1 to R2. The addresses of the homes at the subject location are 1008, 1014, 1026, and 1032 North Catalina Avenue, 190 feet south of Speedway Boulevard. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, Mayor Romero and members of the council. My name is Liz Madsen from the WLB Group, and I'm representing the property owner, Mr. Gephardt. Thank you to staff for their efforts on this rezoning, and thank you for your time and consideration tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Ms., are you agreeable to the proposed requirements by the
Yes,
zoning
we are.
examiner?
Yes, we are.
What is the council's pleasure on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Romero. I'm hoping that we have a staff member who could help us to sort through the issues that were raised during call to the audience. As I read through this, it did not seem to trigger the density or traffic concerns, but I did want to check with staff to see how those concerns are addressed in this. What are the limitations for the configuration of the property?
Councilmember Ulick, Director Swallow is coming up to the mic to answer that question.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Currently as zoned, the properties are R1, which require a minimum lot size of 7,000. They are seeking rezoning to R2, which would have a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. All 4 of the lots will be more than 5,000 if they were to be platted individually upon rezoning. There are, as already described, 2 properties on each site. At this time, we are not aware of any proposed changes to the development patterns on each of those 2 properties.
And in terms of the maximum density that could occur on these properties, Director Swallow, what would that look like?
Councilmember Ulick, I don't have the maximum density on the top of my head for what those 2 properties could allow. However, we are aware that we're going through an ADU. They could potentially develop ADUs on those properties. They could potentially change the existing primary structure into something different in the future. However, any of those decisions that they would make would still have to meet lot coverage standards, setback standards, and would go through zoning and building department review.
Thank you. Thank you. In reviewing the materials and the property itself, and understanding that we as mayor and council have authorized density, including things like ADUs, to me, I believe that this is in keeping with the area and the kinds of patterns that we're not only likely to see in this neighborhood, but in other areas of the city. So I move that we pass and adopt, and I apologize, I don't have the ordinance number in front of me.
What is it?
No ordinance, it's just to approve the request for.
The zoning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So there's a motion. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? If there's not, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Miss. Really appreciate it. Item 11.
Zoning TP MOD 0424 000003 C975-04 Speedway Casitas 9575 East Speedway Boulevard C1 major change to preliminary development planning conditions ordinance adoption.
City Manager's communication number 3244 dated August 27th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to modify the last approved preliminary development plan and rezoning conditions of C9-75-04 located at the northeast corner of Speedway Boulevard and North Harrison Road intersection. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the rezoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Mayor Romero, Vice Mayor Dahl, members of the council, Garrett Aldrett with the Planning Center. And I wanted to thank you all for hearing this case before you tonight. And I just wanted to say that we accept the changes to the past rezoning conditions. Thank you.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Excellent. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12117 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12117 relating to zoning, amending rezoning conditions, preliminary development plan in the area located at 9575 East Speedway Boulevard on the northeast corner of Speedway Boulevard and Harrison Road in case TP MOD 0424 000003 C9-75-04 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, we had, this sets up 39 pretty nice units in the city. 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 1-bedroom. It's a good diversified project. There was some line of sight issues with the neighbors as far as kind of they're overlooking. They have a great view of the mountains, and so we talked about building height. We met with them. What they're going to do is they're going to put. They produced a 3D model. They presented to us and the neighbors. They're going to reduce the height by 2 feet in the area that's clipping a couple views and lowering the grade there. So I think we've got a good compromise. So I'm going to move that we pass and adopt the item for 9575 East Speedway.
There's a motion. Do you have a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Mixulick? Aye. Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mix Santa Cruz? Aye. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance number 12117 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 12.
Zoning C9-22-07, CAP Storage Facility, Wilmot Road, C1 and P to C2. Ordinance adoption.
City Manager's communication number 245 dated August 27th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 1.6 acres of a 2.4 acre project site from C1 commercial and P parking to C2 commercial zoning. The current C1 zoning designation permits personal storage use but restricts maximum height up to 16 feet. Rezoning to C2 would permit both the use and the proposed building height of 40 feet. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the rezoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Mayor Romero, members of the council, Rory Juneman, 5983 East Grant Road with Lazarus and Sylvan, representing CAP Personal Storage.
Are you agreeable to the proposed conditions?
Yes, we are.
Alrighty. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12118 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12118 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located near the northwest corner of South Wilmot and East 14th Street in case C9 2207, C1 and P to C2, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor Romero,
Councilmember Ulick.
I move that we pass and adopt ordinance 12118.
There is a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Ulick?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12118 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 13.
Mayor and council consideration and approval of settlement agreement relating to KMS Enterprises LLC versus City of Tucson, Pima County Superior Court Case Number C 2024-0164, arising from HPZ-22-079, adopting ordinance establishing conditions for the approved development at 5259 East Fort Lowell Road.
City Manager's Communication Number 249 dated August 27th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12120 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12120 relating to settlement of claims against the city and relating to historic preservation zone development, authorizing and approving the settlement of litigation relating to KMS Enterprises LLC versus City of Tucson, Pima County Superior Court Case Number C2-0240164, arising from HPZ 22-079, establishing conditions for the approved development of 5259 East Fort Lowell Road and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor,
Councilmember Cunningham.
give me the number 12120 again.
12120.
For whatever reason, it's not on here. Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt the settlement agreement 12120 and approve the development, improve the project. We also follow the city manager's recommendation that city staff will monitor compliance of the 26 conditions laid out in the settlement agreement.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Ulick?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12120 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. Item 14.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Wednesday, September 11th, 2024, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much.